Hello. We're back again today with the other stream that I had planned today. We're doing Chaos Head Noah. Let me post about my things. I already have them all ready in the places. Just have to hit enter, and then we're good to go. Yeah. Ping. We'll do a little a ping. Yeah. Why does it not say I'm streaming though? On Discord. Hello, I am streaming. Do not lie to me. There you go. Do not lie to me. Don't lie to me, Walt. Don't lie to me, sussy baka. Alright, and then I had to clear out, I had to figure out the proper way to get Steam to ignore my previous progress, because I played this, I didn't beat it. Years ago, I played probably like a third of the game off stream. Don't remember most of what happened. And I also want to just start from the beginning anyways for streaming it. Which means we also gotta clear out all the stuff for when I do, like, if I have to go back and like skip certain parts of the text so that I don't skip past things I've already read. So this is a fresh, not a fresh install, but a fresh save thing. I got rid of all the existing saves and config stuff. I may or may not, when we start, have to adjust the, the speed of the messages when they display. That might be a thing that I have to do. That might be a thing. Hold on. Because I can never tell. They say, hold on, I'll show you here. I'll show you here. Wait, where is it? I'll show you here. Look. Message speed. Minimum, maximum. Does minimum mean that's the slowest? Or does maximum mean like that's the... I don't know. I'm assuming, my guess is that minimum is slower and maximum is faster because it's referring to speed. But sometimes they'll label themselves like this, but it actually means the length of which it's supposed to play the message. So max means it's the longest time in some cases. So I don't know for sure. It'll depend. We want it to be like not fully completing the text immediately, but like pretty fast. I want you to just like display really quickly. Keep it going. Welcome, Shadow. Welcome. Okay. Everything else about our install is fresh and ready. We're gonna be starting this VN. There is some... From what I've been told, there's no, like, Arrogate stuff I have to worry about. There is some gory things, which is why it's, like, mature rated, I think, but that's pretty much it. So we should be fine on Twitch. And hopefully YouTube? We'll see. Oh, wait. I need to back out of whatever this is. Okay, so I may or may not have to adjust the text speed once we get started. May or may not have to do that. Okay, so there's nothing here. Total playtime 18. This is 18 minutes of me sitting at the menu. Based. Okay, am I... Hold on, let me open my dashboard here. The creator dashboard. Stream manager. Okay. Alright, we're good. Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo. Alright, let's do. Alright. Ready to begin. Wait, I have to check. I got the thing that fixes everything, but I have to make sure it's actually running. I have a patch that, like, fixes things, and I'm trying to find out. The easiest way is to tell the main menu screen. The subtext under the title should be legible English. If you see noids in it, the patch isn't working. Okay, the subtitle. Chaos Head Noah. If you were God and your delusions could become reality, what delusions would you wish for? A sensual world? A despotic society? Destructive sanctions? Or ... Wait, what did it look like normally? Main menu. Let me, because let's see how it reads normally in English, or in the original version before this. Something about noids. If you are a god and the delusion becomes reality, about what kind of noids you get? Question mark. Is it the sensual world, the despotic society, the destructive sanctions, or ... What are... Okay. The noids. Alright, so we're good. We have the correct thing going. Like, avoid the noid. Maybe. It might be. Have I mentioned before how the Twitch mobile app is actually the worst thing imaginable in all of the world? Have I mentioned that before? Because it truly and honestly is the worst fucking mobile app in all of existence. Okay, there you go. Alright, we're good. Let's begin visual novel readings. Let me put this away. This is my book for my Japanese lesson. Also, I uploaded the VOD of me and Coda playing River City Girls on the VOD channel, so that's there if you want to check that out. We'll probably continue that sometime next week to finish that game. I'm pretty sure we'll probably finish it the next time we stream. Because it's not a long game. Alright. It is not seeing my controller yet. There we go. Alright, we see it. Okay, let's begin. A gaze rains down from the sky. His eyes are always watching me. Stare pierces through the thick, pitch-black rain clouds. Wait, I know what I'm not gonna read when they're speaking Japanese. I'm not reading the line. Ice cold rubble. I can't. I'm scared to press anything here because I feel like it's gonna skip things. So.
僕はわずかに首を持ち上げて周囲を見回す。そこにあるのは崩壊した町。そこにあるのは絶望。そこにあるのは死。そこにあるのは無。
Death and nothingness?
誰もいない。
Death and nothingness?
誰も動いていない。
Which is it? Which is it?
誰も生きていない。
A soul left
聞こえ
alive.
るのはただ降り続ける雨の音だけ。このまま全てを
Everything.
生きているものも死んでいるも
Living
のも
and the dead.
全てを優しく包み込んで洗い流してしまうんだろうか。全部の出来事が単なる妄想だったらよかったんだけど。
Delusions. That's the main theme that we got going on in this game, boys. You get
体が動
delusions.
かない。
Can't
動
move
か
my
せるの
body.
はかろうじて
Just
首と
get up.
瞳だけ。
Just get
体
up.
が震えているけど。そんなのただの生理現
Yeah,
象
see,
で
it's
し
just a
かない。
physiological phenomenon. Just
僕
get
の意
up.
志じゃない。僕は身を震わ
I
せ
don't
たい
want
な
my
んて
body.
思って
Just
な
get
い。
up then. Duh.
僕の自由に
What's
な
the
らないな
fucking
ら
problem?
こんなの僕の体じゃない。あるいは生まれた時から僕は自由なんかじゃなかったかもしれない。心の保管してある場所なんて誰にもわからないんだ。それなのに一体誰がこの体の中に僕の心があるって言い切れるんだ。で
Who
も
could say? Who could say?
だったら僕はどこにいたんだろう。僕はここにいるのかな。僕はどこにもいないのかな。すべてが静止している 壊れてしまった世界にふと死の
So
雨の
everybody
音が
wasn't
響
dead.
く
So you fucking lied.
無
So
の
you
中か
lied.
ら浮かび上がってくるたった一つの言う君は誰その肌が青白く見えるのは雨の冷たさに凍えているからそれとも君がもう死んでいるから
もう死んでいる。
でも彼女は震えていなかった
There she is. But who is she?
前
Those
髪で隠れ
eyes
そ
of
うに
her.
なっているその瞳は
Come on. Who is it? Who is it? Not that I'm gonna remember the names of any of the
僕を
characters
見る
yet.
な
From the last time I played years ago.
ひどく悲しそうにも見える狂気じみている
By the way,
ようにも見
Shadow,
える
I know you watched Steins Gate with me. This game is
何も
related
息していない
to
ようにも見える
that series. It's
もし
part of the
も
Science Adventure series. It's got the semicolon in
世
the
界
name,
には
so
僕と彼女の二人
So
だ
it's
けし
it's
かいなく
directly.
て
This is the game that came out first
こうして
in the series, I believe.
お
So
互い
it's
だ
like
けを
before
永遠
Steins
に見
Gate.
つめ合っていたら
But I
僕
think
の
it's
世
also
界
supposed to
は
take place in
彼
the
女
same
の瞳
timeline
に
as
映る
Steins
もの
Gate,
だけ
I
になる
think.
のかな彼女の世界は僕の瞳に映るものだけになるのかな彼女の瞳に映るものは僕の瞳に映るものは彼女そう考えると世界は途端に歪小化する
Hey, hey, how's it going?
不意に僕の耳に
You
届
gonna
く
help me up?
とても綺麗なノイズ彼女はうなだれて両手を左右に広げる
Oh, we're so in?
あの雨雲の上へ向けて飛び立とうとするかのように
Oh, she's gonna start
あるい
flying?
はこの雨すべてを受け止めようとするかのように
Oh, she's an umbrella now.
あなたを見つめ幻想
Oh, it's just a dream. It's fine.
うなだれた彼女の表情は僕の位置からも伺い知ることができない
Yeah, but to explain that, we gotta talk about parallel
君は
universes.
どんな顔をしてい
Especially
る
once you get into anonymous code. Then there's a
殺
lot
し
of
て
them.
あげる
天使
An angel?
乱舞する光の羽は僕を祝福しているのかそれとも
Or
ああ
we get
そうか
English and Japanese. Nihongo
理
Jozu.
解したよ
Finally
それで
understand.
僕を殺してくれるんだね
You can use that to kill me. Her
You
kiss, obviously. She's gonna kill me with her kiss.
倒
Yeah.
れている
That's what's
僕
gonna
の
happen
前
here.
に彼女が膝をつく
Right before my collapsed body.
いまだに彼女はうなだれたまま僕の頭をそっと抱えてくる
Yeah.
僕
Yeah?
を見て
Are
く
we
れな
in?
いことに
Oh,
僕はほっとしてただ身を委ねた耳元で
was that her
囁き
saying something?
綺麗なノイズ
Okay.
でも
I didn't register what she said. It's probably important for later, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It is probably important, but I'm just dying here, so I'm dying, Scoob.
柔らかくて優しくて甘美な感触それは
Of
麻酔
death?
のようで
Are we free? Are we finally
不思議
free
な
of
こと
this
に
mortal world?
体の震えがゆっくりと収まっていく彼女のかすかな鼻息が僕の頬をくすぐるとても甘い匂いふと胸に圧迫感を覚えた彼女の持っていた大きな剣が
Oh.
僕の胸の皮膚を裂き
Oh.
肉をえぐり骨の間を縫い
Oh.
ゆっくりと体の中に沈み込んできている
Oh.
でも
I'm okay
彼
though,
女に
right?
キスという麻酔にかけられてもう
Oh, it's okay.
痛みを
She's
感じ
kissing
ない
us, so you know it's anesthesia.
こんなにも
We're fine.
優しく
It's all
殺してくれ
fine.
るのか。
She's a doctor. She's a professional.
不意に切なくなって涙が溢れそうになってそれをごまかすために彼女の頭越しに雨を落と
Yeah,
し続けている
we're so in.
鈍
we're
い
so
空
in.
を見上げた空が滲んでいるのは雨のせい涙のせい
Well, if you're staring directly upwards at the rain is probably going into your eyeballs. So yes, it's probably from the rain.
何もない薄れゆく意識の中で僕は空へと手を伸ばす誰か教えて僕たちのあの空はどこへ行ったんだろう
I forgot how long this opening sequence is. Finally, the opening video. Bro, every single song by Kanako Ito for this fucking series is just bangers after bangers. How did they do it every time? Every single time. All right, who's the waifu? Who's the waifu here? Who's the big waifu here? Who's the big one that we're gonna go for? I don't even remember if there's specific routes you can choose from, but who's the one we go for if there is? How can I forget, though? The real waifu we're supposed to debate about is whether or not we accept reality or delusions. I think that's what you're really supposed to choosing. Are you romancing reality or are you delusions? I think that's the real romance here. Eyes and Eyes, Chapter 1. Okay. I think I got to, like, Chapter 6 in my last playthrough. Or was it 5? I think it was 5. I couldn't see the gaze. I couldn't see it, even though it was watching me. It was strange. For as long as I can remember, I sometimes felt like I was being watched by some mysterious gaze. It's like a chat on an online platform, just watching my life and sending emojis in response to my actions. It was unusual. But whenever I turned to look, there was never anyone there. Still, I was convinced that someone was watching me. I could tell by the chills that ran down my back, my neck. Why did I say back? That's not what that said. Was I still being too self-conscious? Or did I just have a fear of being watched? Way back in elementary school, I thought of it differently. That gaze is God watching over me. And I genuinely believed it, too. I'd even written an essay about it back then. In retrospect, new tip, Chunibyo. In retrospect, I must have had a bad case of Chunibyo. But now, it hurt just thinking about it. If anyone were to read it now, I'd probably shut myself away from society for the rest of my life. Fuhihi. Fuhuhu. Fuhihi. I could still remember the title of that essay. Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes? By Nishijo Takumi. I guess we're in our gamer pad here. My chair groaned hoarsely as I leaned back. Just, yeah, don't look at me. Just don't do it. I muttered that towards the gloomy ceiling, irritated. Naturally, there was no response. This was my room. I lived here alone. Aside from me, of course, there wasn't a single person here. I tried turning around. My room was dim and cluttered, with various belongings stacked all the way to the ceiling. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. We live in a fucking, like a warehouse container. The only source of light in the room was the desk lamp near my PC. There weren't any windows, so the darkness should come as no surprise. And since you couldn't see outside, you couldn't even tell whether it was night or day. This is peak gaming right. This is the real gamer pad, honestly. I started speaking into the dark corners of my room.
僕の名前は西条匠。17歳。
17.
水明学園2年。
Suime
といっても
Academy.
学校にはほとんど行ってないけど。
Not like I really go. I don't go to school though.
まあそれでも勉強はできる方だよ。
That's just because I study from home. All right, let's adjust our text speed here real quick. Let's push it up to like here and see what that's like.
定期テストはちゃんと受けてる。
I can ace
し
them
か
all
もそ
just
れなりに
fine.
上位の点数を取ってるからね。頭はいいんだ。
I'm pretty smart. What can I say? It wasn't like talking to myself would accomplish anything. It wasn't like anyone was going to show up out of nowhere. The darkness just kept on sitting there and being darkness. Still, darkness was delusion fuel. After all, the unseen might as well be the unknown. In the darkness, even if you knew it was impossible, you couldn't help but wonder if something might be there, lurking in the shadows. Look at all the fucking figures we have just in the corner of my eye here. Trying to see if I recognize any from any shows or anything. They might all just be fictional, though. Or they're probably inspired by other things. Wait, can I hide the, Is there... Well, you're not helpful. I'm using a controller. How do I hide the stuff? Is it just B? It's B. Is that like... That's not Haruhi on the far left. Wait, what's the fucking light novel title here? Never let your guard down, you hear... Oh, no, that's a catchphrase. Does that say blood time? It says blood time. Okay. We have several pink-haired waifus in the bottom right. You can't see because of my camera. Shit. Hold on. Several pink-haired waifus in the bottom. It's probably all the same girl. Probably different figures of the same girl. It's probably the one in the big poster, too. Honestly. And that would actually make sense. Okay. Alright. Damn it. This wasn't helping. I was only making my own creepy delusions worse. Why did I do this to myself? To get off the topic, I decided to keep monologuing.
僕は現在アウェイじゃなかった。渋谷で一人暮らしをしてる。
Enemy territory. Well, you know, Shibuya. Same thing.
この紅会館ビルは父さんの経営するビル会社の管理下にあるんだけど、その屋上に設置されたコンテナハウスを格安で借りてるんだ。
We're just on the roof of this building in a shipping container. It's a totally normal living situation, honestly.
街の環境は最悪。僕が住んでる新船町は小さな坂が多いから疲れるし、すぐ近くにラブホ街もあるし。
The Love Hotel District. Oh no.
ここが
Finally,
秋葉なら
Shibuya
最高
scramble.
だったのに。
If only I lived in Akiba, that'd be epic.
ほんと渋谷ってひどい街だ。円数で言うとディーンズバレーくらいひどい。
ESO, I think that's the game, right? The game that we got going on over there. Bro, I forget what year this came out. It is like probably early 2000s. We got 2 monitors still. We got 2 monitors going even then. He just understood. That was peak. That was peak. All you need is 2 monitors. ESO was the name of an MMORPG that was basically my life. Oh yeah, I forgot we can look at tips. Wait, I just hit auto. Wait, how do I select the tips? Oh yeah, I just open it, okay. I keep thinking you can select them, but I think that's only Shibuya Scramble. I'm dumb. Okay, so you open up the tips list. With this? Okay, here we go. Chunibyo. Literally 8th grade syndrome, a term referring to a mindset exhibited primarily by adolescent males. Also used as a derogatory term to refer to older people who still exhibit this mindset, characterized by an affected attitude of nihilism or cynicism, antisocial behavior, fantastical delusions, and or a consuming fear of being treated as a child. The person exhibiting these symptoms believes that they are cool, in quotes, but most adults will find it comical. Chunibyo, which is often referred to, abbreviated as chuni, also refers to fictional tropes that teenage males tend to enjoy, such as ancient conspiracies, superpowers, especially powers sealed in a character's eye or arm, Norse mythology, battles for the fate of the multiverse, etc. The consummate Chunibyo case will work such elements into their own personal backstory. And the MMORPG, short for massively multiplayer online role-playing game. A role-playing game in which an unspecified number of players connect to a game world established on an online server and play simultaneously. His full title was Empire Sweeper Online. Wait, what do we got here? We got Neidhart. That's our name. Neidhart? 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 I'm going to say Neidhart. Neidhart. We're a paladin, a human male, level 50 with a fuck ton of experience and money. We're just that good. I dive into Baselard. That's the world of ESO. Pretty much every day at this point. Sacrificing sleep in the process, of course. Dennis Valley was a region in ESO that was full of annoying mobs. They hit super hard, and yet they couldn't even be bothered to drop any decent loot. Only idiots went there to grind. Every vet worth his shit. It says shit. Every vet worth his shit would go to the forest of Lade instead. It was a much better place to grind, and it was right nearby. Of course, that was where I went.
というわけでドキュンと恋愛資本主義者が集まるこんな街は即刻滅ぶべきだね。
I did not know what a DQN was before playing this. I wonder, this is probably just like a Japanese online slang thing. Pronounced dokyun. Used to refer to people who are stupid, antisocial, or delinquents. DQN. So like I was saying, the city is full of DQNs and egotistical douchebags looking for an easy lay. We should just get demolished already. Okay, so we really hate Shibuya. We just don't like Shibuya. Alright, as long as we got our room and our pewter, we're all good. The top of the line PC right here. This was peak gaming back when this game was released. This is peak gaming. Top of the line.
まあ学生にしては上等の基地じゃないかな。あ、だから僕はこの部屋のことをベースって呼んでる。
This is my base. My lair, if you will. There always wasn't a single living creature in here except me. But he's still just talking to himself. Realizing how ridiculous I sounded talking to myself like this, I decided to stop introducing myself to whoever was watching me. Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, it's a mess. Nondescript manga everywhere that's blurred. Probably for copyright reasons. And several, like, empty trays of fast foods, I'm assuming. Or, like, microwave foods. The whole room reeked of rot. I could feel the stagnating air crawling on my skin. Empty soda bottles, boxed lunches from the convenience store were scattered all over the floor. Also, my bed was covered in piles and piles of eroge. Ooh. Thanks to that, I always slept on the couch instead. Well, we just live on the couch because we won't get the fucking eroges off our bed. 18-plus games that have been super popular since the 1980s, featured mainly on PC. While they may be referred to as video games, the gameplay primarily consists of reading text. This text is often accompanied by character sprites, backgrounds, as well as special illustrations known as CGs, aka computer graphics. The genre involves the player growing close to the main heroines and experiencing sexual events with them over the course of the story. These events occasionally include subjects such as coercion or even rape. Despite the adult content of the source material, several anime have been made based on these games, many of which have established a cult following. Quite a few of them. Quite a few.
片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
Who would do something to a place like this? Who would do that? Who would make a mess like this? Put out with my own creepy laugh. It was fucking the foo-hee. I took out my frustration on a plastic bottle lying by my foot. I kicked it around my room. Okay. The bottle ricocheted off the wall and flew straight towards my shelf of perfectly organized figures. With a shriek, I leapt out of my chair to catch it. I never let anyone lay a finger on my 100-ish waifus, daughters, and older sisters. These girls were my darlings. Just looking at them soothed my aching heart. Again, I don't know if you're supposed to be able to recognize it. Oh wait, there's a saber. There's a saber in the bottom left. Hold on. Let me... The chat is blocking it a bit. Hold on. That's saber. It's Saber. Saber right there. We got saber. That one's real. Okay. I don't recognize any of these other ones, though. I don't know if I'm supposed to, but I don't. Okay. Wait, is this, Cardcaptor Sakura Girl? Is that who that is? I don't know. Okay, well, we have 100-ish waifus, daughters, older sisters. We got them all. They're his darlings. I made sure to tidy up their shelf once a week. It was the only place in the room I ever cleaned. I mean, they're fucking expensive from what I understand, so it's understandable. I was always looking for the best ways to display their cuteness. I would constantly rotate and reposition them, trying to create the ultimate layout. Naturally, if I let them get dusty, then the whole thing would be ruined, so I always made sure to clean them regularly. Breathing a sigh of relief, I tossed the bottle aside and turned back to my PC. I kept my beloved PC enshrined at the back end of my room. Yeah, I mean, you might as well. I'm surprised he's able to work some kind of connection for internet into this fucking shipping container, but he's found a way. Next to my monitor was Seiratan, 1/8 scale, pre-awakening version, a figure from my current favorite anime, Blood Toon, the animation, not Blood Time, Blood Toon. Okay, and we gotta know. Oh wait, we have. When did honorifics happen? When did honorifics happen? Japanese employs a system of name suffixes that define the speaker's relationship to the addressee. The common honorifics are as follows: san, the most common honorific, used with strangers, people of equal status, and in general whenever one needs to be polite. When used after the given name Takumi-san, it indicates a closer relationship. Kun, an informal name suffix generally used for male friends or male subordinates, also used by male towards female subordinates in professional environments. Chan, a diminutive suffix that indicates high affection, usually for small children, young girls, or between close female friends. Tan, an even more diminutive version of the chan suffix, more often used for fictional characters, especially anthropomorphizations, for added cuteness. And then chin, yet another diminutive version of the chan suffix, most often used by young girls. It is a more cutesy way to refer to friends. And then Seira Orgel, fictional. The lead heroine of the anime Blood Toon the animation. Her signature catchphrase is, "Ya big dum dum." Remember that. It's going to be on the quiz. "Ya big dum dum." Seira is what one might call a tsundere childhood friend type character. She is 17 years old and a second-year student at Meteor Academy. She could transform into a magical girl using the power of Star. And she is accompanied by her mysterious familiar called Something. It's just something. Finally learned Japanese in a VN. What quiz? Don't worry. You're studying for it. The quiz will have... It's a pop quiz. You're not going to know when it's going to happen. They're pop quizzes. As is typical of a magical girl, she wields a magical staff she calls Samurai Star Condenser. Despite it being referred to as a staff, its appearance is far too brutal. I thought it was like a bludgeoning thing, like a big club or some shit. Its appearance is far too brutal for it to truly be considered as such. In reality, it is very clearly a giant metal rod. Seira will also use her staff for physical attacks on occasion, or to put it bluntly, she beats her enemies to a bloody pulp with it. Blood Toon was originally a manga, but it recently received an anime adaptation. Anime is currently airing with a total of 26 episodes planned. Wow. He's living his life where he got his favorite manga and his wife who got an anime adaptation. What a legend. That's where they stored all the samurais. She sat there, striking a moe pose and smiling. Wow, Shadow, you're gonna learn all about Japanese cultural shit today, okay? You're getting all the facts here. Pronounced moe. Great, I'm glad they explained how to pronounce it. In otaku culture, it refers to feelings of affection, adoration, or excitement towards characters, typically female, in manga, anime, video games, and other media. Also used to describe particular character traits, including flaws like glasses, clumsiness, or ditziness. The term is often used interchangeably with the word cute, or even as a verb. Example, I mowed over her for like an hour. Also used to refer to the culture of entertainment centered around things that are moe. Wait, glasses is a flaw? Well, it's a physical flaw that you have to wear glasses. I'm assuming is why it's referred to as a flaw, because if you have to wear glasses, it means your eyesight's fucked, right? Usually, so. Such media has become so popular that the term has entered the lexicon of otaku not only in Japan but across the world.
セーラー、かわいいよ、セーラー。
Odd way to phrase it. I mean, different cultures, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. That's how they phrased it. Staring longingly into Sarah Ten's eyes, I grabbed a tiny bottle of cola and took a sip. We don't have Dr. Pepper in this one, though. We don't get the Dr. P. We don't get Dr. P like a science game. We get cola. We got cola. It was lukewarm, but I didn't care.
さてと、円すらないと。
One second. Okay, I'm back. I heard a tapping sound. And usually it means somebody is behind me, knocking back there, and wanted to talk to me. Or somewhere over there. But there was nobody there. I'm hearing shit now. I'm just hearing shit. I'm just hearing shit. Maybe it was inside the game. I don't know why. I don't know what that was. It sounded like it was literally right behind me. Like someone was trying to get my attention over there. So I was like, ah, shit, let me turn off my camera, turn off my mic. But no. All right. Dr. Pepper went through 4 years to get his doctorate. True. True. All right, back to ESO. It's funny that they called it ESO because in the future we actually have a game called ESO. It's Elder Scrolls Online, which nobody likes. Nobody likes. I sat back down and plopped my hands onto the keyboard, just assuming that position made me feel relaxed. Paladin. My character in ESO, Neidhart, was a paladin. I'd already leveled him up to max and reset twice. Oh, damn. Holy Knight. One of the classes a player can choose in ESO, Empire Sweeper Online. It is characterized by its high defense, ability to use recovery magic despite being a warrior class, and its high resistance to the darkness attribute. However, players cannot change to this class unless they fulfill very, very specific requirements. It is said to currently be the strongest class in ESO. It sounds good. It just sounds good. Right now he's back at max level. Right now, he was back to the max level 50. That was the highest rank you could reach on official servers. But the unofficial ones? Oh boy. Oh wait, my camera is also blocking part of the VN. Why is this? Hold on. Why would my camera do this? Why would it be cringe? Hold on, maybe I could just shrink my screen here. Shrink that a bit. It's probably better if I do, because... And then I can shrink... I don't even know. I mean, I could cut the top of my camera a bit. Because that'll be fine. I guess. And then shrink it a bit. No, if I shrink it anymore, I'm gonna, like, barely be in this fucking game. Barely be here in the stream. I think this is probably fine. You're probably fine if I'm just covering the corner a tiny bit. I think you'll live. I think you'll live. And then I can also increase the chat box size. No, that's like that. Oh, but the title thing. Where do I get it? Where do I get the top banner? Here we go. There you go. I can always add more text there later, I guess. If I want to fill in the space more. Okay, lock in the screen. lock in. I'm going to be making a duplicate OBS scene for every game that I'm doing so that I can just set it up custom every time and make my life easier. So this is my Chaos Head view. And I already have one set up for River City Girls from when me and Coda were playing earlier. No, I want that to be like that. Yeah, this is fine. And then the screen, I could just make a tiny bit bigger. Like that. Yeah, that'll work. This is fine. This is fine. Alright, we're good. I think we're good. Okay, let us continue. There's the highest rank you can achieve on official servers. ESO players far and wide knew me as Lightning Fast Neidhart. They treated me like a god. I already had all the rare weapons, armor, and magic. I still only had 95% of the total rare items. But whatever. It was still a work in progress. I had so much gold that I didn't even know what to do with it. Well, aside from real money trading, which I made a living off of. Even if I stopped grinding right now, I still have enough to keep living like this for half a year. Wow, that's actually pretty fucking good. Short for real money trading. I mean, it told us that. The act of exchanging fictional items that appear in MMORPGs and other online games for real currency. This is only possible in games that contain a system that allows for the exchange of items. There are many common issues present in the RMT community, especially fraud, so the practice has its pros and cons. Okay. Aside from just ESO stuff, I was particularly adept at chatting online. It was the only source of social interaction I ever got, after all. I gave advice on the huge anonymous forum @channel. I posted in epic threads too, of course. We have to see if we can recognize any references that are later on made for Steins Gate, like beforehand. Like if you see the same username that we saw from Steins Gate, or like that were referenced in either the Steins Gate anime or the VN. I'll see if I recognize any, but... Oh yeah, and I had over 100 friends on FreePara, a social network I used. Damn, we got so many Facebook friends. We're just in there, socially, online. We're just in there. SNS, is that for social media? Social networking services, also known as social networks, are community-oriented websites that come in a variety of formats, such as registration-based, invite-only, and more. Websites such as these are designed to facilitate easy communication between users. Respect, trust. I had it all right here. In my gaming paradise. I didn't go to school. It wasn't so much that I didn't want to, and more that I had no reason to. I could study anything online. School is completely useless when you can get everything done from home. Well, I did need to attend every once in a while, or else I wouldn't earn enough credits to graduate. That was why I went to school as little as I possibly could. That was the smartest way for a student to live. My parents always nagged me about it, though. To make things easier, I'd invented the minimum attendance chart. Yo, he gamed the amount of attendance he has to go to for school. Look at this shit. He gave himself all the weekends off. He gave himself Mondays off on occasion. Like, wait, is that really it? Is it just weekends off? Is it just weekends off? This chart makes it look like you just gave yourself weekends off. But then again, I think in Japan, most schools, you're going to school on Saturday, too, I think. I don't think about Sunday, but I think... Because I know in Persona, you went to school on Saturday, right? So, according to the chart, I only need to attend 2 to 3 times a week. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, maybe the chart that's being presented to us is just the color coding is different. I would assume red means you don't go. And maybe it does. But maybe the visual being shown is not the finalized version of it, so. So he only goes to school 2 to 3 times a week. The other students would always make fun of me for being an otaku freak. But as far as I'm concerned, they were the stupid ones for going to school every day. Maybe try thinking for yourselves for once, dipshits, fucking idiots, morons, losers. All in all, my life here really isn't that bad. It's not all that bad. Ah, yes. Oh, wait, there was another thing. Hold on. Otaku. The Japanese word for fanatic, nerd, enthusiast, or hobbyist. An all-encompassing term for people with an obsessive interest in a particular topic. Most often refers to fans of anime, manga, and video games, but there are also train otaku, military otaku, electronics otaku, etc. While the word may have held negative connotations in the past, it has become far less negative over time, with many otaku reclaiming the term as a badge of honor. And then, oh, whoops. I've been so busy thinking about the gays. I forgot I was in the middle of chatting with Grim. And then Grim's in the chat here with us. We got, you okay? You're not replying. You AAK or something? Yo, Nightheart. And then AAK means asleep at keyboard. Short for asleep at keyboard, used when someone has fallen asleep or become unresponsive while logged into a game or chat room. A related term is AFK, meaning away from keyboard. I've only ever heard AFK. I don't think I've ever heard AAK, so I wonder if this is like a Japanese thing itself. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say AAK. And I don't know how it was originally in Japanese though, so we're probably going to get a lot of like online Japanese slang just be translated or localized in certain ways. Vending machine otaku. There is vending machine otaku. This is why we have the fucking vending machine isekai. He was a vending machine otaku. And then he was reborn into his fucking fetish, okay? Justin was AAK. True. He was, and I have proof of it on the Wolfborg After Dark channel, okay? He was AAK, alright? Alright. Grim, what's up? Grim was the handle of one of my ESO friends. An alias used by someone in an online service. I talk to him all the time online, though I never met him IRL. We're not going to translate what IRL means. I mean, I know what it means, but... I had a keen eye for useful information, so I could generally rely on him to keep me in the loop. I sat back down and started tapping out a response. LOL. Is this... Short for laugh out loud. We're going to translate LOL? Okay. Short for laugh out loud. By inserting LOL into the middle or at the end of a sentence, the speaker can convey that they find the situation humorous. On message boards, typing them out in succession, LOL, always allows users to strengthen the expression or to indicate that they're mocking another user. Example, ha 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 ha, LOL, sure, LOL. Variants include LMAO, laughing my ass off, or Raffle, rolling on the floor laughing. I can only assume this is there to explain, well, I mean, if they actually use LOL, that would be them explaining it. But in the Japanese, it might have been something like them spamming the letter W, which is supposed to be like, was it warui? For like laughing or whatever? Something like that? Funny? And if you spam WW over and over, it just means the same kind of meaning. I'm assuming that's what it originally was, but I don't know. Oh, you know what the tapping sound was? I think I just realized. Fucking fireworks. I think there's fireworks somewhere going off. Because I think I just heard them again. I think there's just fireworks going off somewhere. That makes sense. Juneteenth, so, okay. Alright, so what did he say? Do you not get enough sleep? Guess you must be really tired. Might be, but nah, I didn't fall asleep. I just zoned out for a sec, LOL. You okay? You're not replying. You AAK. Oh, I'm sorry. I read it backwards. You're supposed to go from the bottom up, not from up down. Okay. All right. That makes more sense because it's just going to keep adding on, right? Okay. Actually, it wouldn't make sense, I don't think. Twitch chat, it would just keep adding to the bottom. And that's why I just assumed I'm supposed to read it like that. But so he says, okay, so I respond. I said, my B, and nah, I didn't fall asleep. I just zoned out for a sec, LOL. Guess you must be really tired. Did you not get enough sleep? Or do you just stay up late doing the dirty with your GF, LOL? Up all night every day. Come on, you know I'm not into 3D, Raffle. Oh, wait, what did I just say? Wait, shit. What did I just say? Wait. Here we go. The two of us chatted about all sorts of things, and since it was all anonymous, I was comfortable with talking about pretty much anything. I never act this way IRL, obviously. Oh, right, you like 2D, and by 2D, you mean, eroge? What is up with you and lewd shit, LOL? Me, you're the guy that has porny delusions all the time. You were literally just going on and on about girls in swimsuits, school swimsuits. Remember, LOL? Okay, here we go. He's going to type up an essay. I was? I definitely don't remember that. Anyway. Anyway. If that's what we're talking about, then here's my take on it. Oh, the sound stopped. Oh, school swimsuit plus glasses equals perfection. Oh, I get to make a choice here. Oh. Swimsuit plus glasses. Yo, the glasses are carrying a whole lot with this. The glasses carry a fuck ton with this, I think. We'll say yes. We'll say yes. This is going to be an important choice, apparently. I don't know. It's not a real school swimsuit unless there's a name tag on the chest. Oh. I mean, that one I don't really care as much about. That one I don't really care as much about. I don't care about that. In the end, what really matters is the camel toe. This fucking game is really going to make me answer that. It's pretty important. It's kind of a key part of it. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, wait. So what did he type? Anyways, that's what we're talking about. The swimsuit glasses combo should be the default. The name tag is unnecessary, though. No respectable individual gives two shits. You need to be able to see the camel toe, bro. That's the best part. Slow down, man, LMAO. You like girls with glasses? That's your type. Yeah, we learned this from Beyond the Boundary. The bespectacled beauties, you know? It's great. It's good. Nah, they just parallel with swimsuit. Bro, I was almost with you. Usually you take your glasses off for swimming. Oh, that's true. That is true. I remember Beyond the Boundary, he had a whole rant about how he hates swimming day or swimming lessons because all the girls take off their glasses and they wear goggles, and it's not the same. It's not the same. So, okay, all right, I understand now. But she doesn't. It's perfect. And that leaves all sorts of room for my delusions to work. Well, your libido is deaf at full throttle today, but that's what makes you, Nightheart, LOL. I should be disgusted, and yet, LOL. All right, what tips did we get? We got new tips. School swimsuit. A swimsuit designated for school purposes, worn primarily in physical education classes throughout elementary school, middle school, and high school. In this circumstance, however, it is referring specifically to those worn by women. School swimsuits may be further classified according to color and type. Even now, a fierce debate rages on between enthusiasts about whether or not competition swimsuits should be considered school swimsuits. Default. Computer and software terminology means initial state. What, do we need a definition for this? Also, in general conversation, to mean the norm or the way it is. Type. The tendency one has towards a certain interest. Mainly used to refer to fetishistic characteristics that one finds attractive in a sexual partner. For example, if a person is attracted specifically to women who wear glasses, or if they're attracted specifically to clumsy or otherwise ditzy girls, that is their type. At the same time, however, those who possess such fetishistic characteristics can also be referred to using type. An example of this would be an older woman with a calm personality being referred to as a calm older sister type, or a woman who looks young in comparison to her age being referred to as a lolly type. Libido. According to Sigmund Freud, libido is the energy that causes sexual impulses. Carl Jung, meanwhile, defines it as the body of energy that drives all instincts. We got psychology debates going on here. Okay, let's see. What do we got next? Wait, go back. What do you mean? I just want to real quickly say, the lines in the computer, the like extra lines they're adding on for the screen effect, it's doing weird shit to my eyes when I try to read the chat messages. It's doing weird shit to them. I don't like it. Wait, go back. What do you mean that's what makes you you? I mean, yeah, I guess I went a bit crazy there. But I'm still trying to maintain a cool image for myself here. You? Cool? Ah! What What are you laughing at? Anyway, what were we talking about before I went AFK? You mean AAK? It was probably just something to do with ASO. Did you seriously forget? There was an incident IRL recently. An incident IRL? I remember something like that, but what was it? Oh, greetings, Lord Shogun. Oh, we got a new person in the chat. Welcome, Shogun. What's up? Okay. I introduced myself, but there was no reply from the user named Shogun. What was up with that? Was he ignoring me? Can you imagine if somebody joined their chat and just lurked and didn't say anything in it? Can you imagine if anybody was in like a Twitch chat right now doing that? Could you imagine if they just were there lurking and not typing anything in the chat, not even saying hi? Can you imagine if someone did that? I couldn't imagine it. And I was being so friendly to him too. Did he know who he was talking to? I'm kind of hot shit around here. I'll have you know I'm the lightning fast 9-heart. Lurking wasn't even allowed here. We banned for that shit. Net slang, lurker. An online user who browses a website without ever posting on it. Well, whatever. Might as well just ignore him. I guess that was another great thing about the internet. There was no need to worry about pointless etiquette. Is something supposed to happen here? Oh, there we go. Anyway, what were you saying, Grim? Oh, he tags him. He does the thing to tag the greater than sign. I'm trying to do the symbol with my hands, but it's yeah, you know. What were you saying, Grim? I was talking about those cases that have been all over the news lately. Like I know what's happening IRL. Probably something stupid, right? Pretty much, yeah. It's pretty shocking though. Shocking. Must have been some real grisly murder then. There'd been a few here and there recently. Wait, I'm just looking at the desktop stuff. So we got Coco Chat, whatever that is, Save Data 0, Butterfly, ESO, of course, Do Not Open, which has like a trash bin icon, Recycle Bin, Data.ph, Data-CG, Miku File, Data++, Data++++, Sound Data 0, something else. There's probably different sound data files. And then a folder called Epic Finds. Wow. You're not gonna send me more gore again, are you? What? Can't handle a little gore, 9-heart? LOL. I mean, there's nothing I can't handle. Still, I really didn't want to see it. Lately, though, it hadn't been easy to avoid that kind of stuff. People were always trying to trick others into clicking on nasty stuff like gore or some creepy edit. And once you fell for it, you couldn't unsee it. It's true. It was a big, annoying trend for a while. And they call you the greatest paladin in all of Bazelard. I know PK, though. PK stands for player kill. In other words, it's when you go around in MMOs killing randos and stealing their gold and gear. So, typical DQN stuff. I just realized. I understand now. We're Kirito. We're Kirito. We're finally Kirito. The more real version of Kirito, where he's just a crazy person living in a shipping container. we finally reached Kirito. Trolling. Finally. Trolling. Net slang. To post controversial opinions or false information for the purpose of provoking a reaction. A person who does this is called a troll. I'm no troll, and I don't stoop to their level either. And just in general, I try to avoid breaking ESO's rules. It goes against my policy. Well, except for the rules that prohibit RMT. I broke those all the time. Calm your tits. A crude way of telling someone to calm down. This is a very important tip. You gotta know this for the quiz. Whoa, calm your tits there, oh mighty hero, LMAO. So I'm sure you've heard of New Gen, right? Question mark? New Gen? What was that? Had he ever mentioned it before? Grim was talking like I should have already known about it. The hell is New Gen? The New Generation Madness. People call it New Gen online. It's the name of the mysterious set of incidents happening in Shibuya. It's all up in your neighborhood, lol. Oh, now that he mentioned it, I did feel like I'd heard about it somewhere. Though all I knew was that they existed. I hadn't looked into them at all. I tried Googling New Gen and instantly got a few results. Wait, I forgot. Was that Delude search? It said Delude search? What was that? Delude? Let's see here. Looks like New Gen. Oh, I forgot he's reading it. Madness explodes in today's youth. The New Gen. Late at night, something. Cornelius Tower, group suicide. Okay. A fetus? What? First instance, group dive. Okay. What? Is this like Death Stranding? What is this shit? Whoa. Are you serious? A chill ran down my spine. And I look behind me as I'm reading that. As you should. Like, I need you to understand the scale of how actually creepy his environment fucking is. I need to understand the scale of it. You're in a fucking shipping container. There is no light going through this fucking thing. Okay? The only light you have is your fucking computer screen going on here. And you're in this fucking thing. And you're reading this shit about group suicides and fucking fetuses and bodies and shit. I would look behind too. Honestly, I don't blame him. Before I even realized it, I turned around and was looking around my room again. Bro, I would not be able to live in this shit like this. I would have to have lights everywhere in the corners of my room. Fuck that shit. Oh, I'm sorry. He doesn't have just the computer. He has the light on his desk, but still. There are a bunch of results for New Gen on Taboo News. Oh, Taboo instead of Yahoo. So we have Nippon Taboo. I went to skim through them. New Generation Madness, the instance that had the entire internet in an uproar. There had been 2 of them so far. One of them was so brutal, several TV channels didn't even describe the crime out loud. The first incident, the group dive, had been initially thought to be a suicide, but rumors had since risen that it may not have been. Parents and friends of the 5 victims all said the same thing. None of the victims had shown any signs of planning to commit suicide, and they hadn't had any reason to do so either. And on top of that, some physical evidence had been found. Had a quick look. Well, like something out of creepypasta, right? You shit yourself, right? Creepypasta. Internet stories written to frighten or unsettle the reader. A portmanteau of the words creepy and copypasta. Copypasta is, in and of itself, a portmanteau of copy and paste. And it refers to specific blocks of text that are copied and shared all across the internet, especially on message boards such as @channel. Creepypastas, however, stick specifically to horror. They often feature grisly murders, suicide, hauntings, and various other occult occurrences. But who was phone? That was the real question. Not really. I don't care, TBH. Here, shady link to Guro Daisuke. Love gore? Is that what this... Okay. And we got an image file. Take a look at this. What is it? A picture of one of the victims' corpses. Twisted fuck. He did stuff like this from time to time, but if I wanted to keep up my reputation as the great Neidhart of Baselard, I couldn't let him face me. I can't help but notice our chat room here. You're not like signing in, you're like specifying what your name is going to be at the top. It seems like these are boxes that are changeable. Because you can change your chat color too. Oh wait, but there's a join button, so you would set what you want your stuff to be and then press join, right? And then participants reload 10. Okay. Unlike in the real world, I was a god in the world of ESO. I was the strongest, wisest, most noble knight in all the land. Mock me would be a fool's errand. My favorite creepypasta is Jeff the Killer, Hyper British edition. What about you? Listen, I grew up in the age of what was it? Ben Drowned. Okay, if you know that one, I remember Ben Drowned. This was a time. This was a time. The Majora's Mask haunted cartridge story. That was a good one. I think I enjoyed that one. And so, gathering up whatever courage I had, I clicked the link. We got trolled. We got trolled. Oh, it was just some shitty doodle. Lamau got baited. Who did this? Ha 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 ha. He's raising his hand. I drew it in like 2 minutes. That's impressive, actually. An ideograph depicting a person waving. The O is the head and the slash is the arm, typically used as a greeting or farewell. It can also be used to show agreement, as if the user is raising their hand, typically pronounced as O. Damn, the god of art finally shows himself to us mortals, Raffle. Anyways, not gonna lie, I'm dead tired, so I think I'm gonna go pass out. Good night. See you tomorrow in Bazelard. This is where we realize Shogun is still in here. Well, I'm gonna attempt to clean my glasses. I wipe my glasses and then they'll just very quickly, ever since I got the last 2 pairs, they've been like this. And I really think it's because of the, I told him to put some, anti-glare shit on there, which seems to help, because you don't notice my eyes just being, all fucking, I have a light over here, and I think before you just wouldn't be able to see, you would just see them reflect off it all the time and be really bad. Now you don't see them, which is probably good, but something about it, it also smudges a lot more and easier, or gets dirtier more easier. I end up wiping it more. It's a little annoying. Okay. Come to think of it, that Shogun guy who had been here the whole time, I completely forgotten about. Oh, wait, shit. My phone. What's going on with my phone? Okay, wait, we're good. We're good. Come to think of it, that Shogun guy had been here the whole time. I'd completely forgotten about him. Not that I cared, though. Well, I don't really feel like sleeping yet, so I guess I'll farm an ESO for a bit. Wait, no, the new episode of Blood Toon comes out today. I didn't have a TV in my room, so I just made do with my PC.
あと15分ぐらいか。その前にトイレでも行っておこうかな。
Where is his bathroom? Took a quick look at Seira next to my monitor. I would get to see Seira-tan today. I couldn't wait. With that on my mind, I made my way over to close. With that on my mind, I made my way over to close the chat window.
あれ?
Huh? He sent us a shady link. Shogun has said nothing and just sent us a shady link to gazoop.com. Shogun had sent a message.
なんだよこいつ急に。
He wasn't just a lurker? Judging by the file extension, it looked like an image link. A sudden link posted by a suspicious stranger that hadn't sent a single message until now. I gulped instinctively. I couldn't explain why, but I had a bad feeling about it. A feeling unlike anything I had ever felt in all my time on the internet. I really didn't want to click it. You probably shouldn't. If this dude was just lurking and this sent a shady link, there's probably a virus of some kind. Or some virus attached to it. I wouldn't trust it. I clicked my tongue and glanced at the clock. My rendezvous with Seira-tan was in 12 minutes. I should probably get this conversation over with quickly. LOL? What kind of bait and switch is this, LMAO? Die word on sight when du darauf klickst. Whoa, what's with the German, LOL? I was trying my best to act calm and casual. To be honest, I really didn't want to chat with a shady guy like this. I was so uncomfortable that I could feel a cold sweat forming. He was sounding something like the world change. He was saying something like the world changes if you click it. Seriously? What was his deal? And if the guy only spoke German, I definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. But sorry for startling you. Huh. So he could actually speak normally. I relaxed a little bit. Don't worry, you're fine. Any reason for lurking? Did something give you the need to lurk for 6 months before posting spiel? Oh, did someone give you the you need to lurk for 6 months before posting spiel? And he said, I was thinking, wait, we have tips we got to read. Not gonna lie. NGL, short for not gonna lie, used to express that your statement is in truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Often utilized in order to soften its statement or when admitting to something that may not be the most flattering. Bait and switch. A type of media in which a person is baited into believing that what they see will be one thing, only for it to be swiftly switched out for something else. The most popular form of bait and switch takes is when an internet user believes that they are clicking a link to something they're looking for, only for it to lead to something wholly undesirable. These can involve any number of things, from jump scares, shock sites, and most often associated with the term videos used to prank the videos used to prank the user in a made-you-look style fashion. When exposed to enough bait-and-switch types media, the user may come to suspect anything and everything they come across. In some cases, they may even be too suspicious to take any action at all, and therefore leave the link entirely alone. DW. Short for don't worry. I was thinking. By the way, where are you chatting from? For some reason, there was a short pause. Shibuya. All at once, images of some gruesome new-gen incidents flashed through my head. You good? Even though I hadn't actually seen any photos, I could picture them so vividly that it was almost like I'd been there myself. The man's torn-up stomach, the lifeless fetus shoved inside, the 5 people that dove off the building, instantly turning into a pulpy, inhuman puddle upon hitting the ground. Just thinking about it was almost enough to make me puke. I shook my head violently, as if to shake the gruesome delusion out of my head. The Shogun guy was so suspicious, I couldn't stop the paranoid delusions from forming. What was he trying to drag me into? Same here. And we send a shit ton of emoji faces, cow emojis. When I say cow, I mean like face, not cows. But yeah. Looks like a lot of weird incidents that have been happening lately, huh? More are coming. Shibuya is so scary, Shiver. What? You can't just throw math at me. The fuck is this shit? Maria, is that you? Was the Shogun guy some kind of Denpa nut job? Denpa, a term used to refer to individuals who act or speak in a way that is commonly regarded as incoherent, nonsensical, or disconnected from the world around them. The term comes from the Japanese word denpa, which translates literally to electromagnetic waves. This is because people in the category often believe that they are hearing voices, thoughts, or instructions in their head via electromagnetic radiation. He's losing it. I never seen that formula before in my life, and when you were as smart as me, that was saying something. I'm just that smart. Alright, here we go. Delude. We go to delude. Wait, what did I say? I tried looking it up. In this day and age, there was all sorts of information on the internet, so it'd be easy to find. Not getting any results. Was he trying to act smart by typing some nonsense formula? Fuck if I knew. That formula has killed this world's possibilities. What are you trying to say? And what was that link from earlier? Should I just take the bait already, lol? I thought it might interest you. Several images. Bro, chill. Bro, chill. Bro. He keeps sending them. Bro. He just keeps sending them. What the fuck? All of a sudden, the chat was flooded with links. Just who was this guy? Was he trying to scare me for shits and giggles? Maybe he was a friend of Grimm's and they'd team up to mess with me. Feeling the gaze again, I took a look around the room, but surprise, surprise, all that was behind me was the darkness and clutter, as per usual. I know he's just very paranoid and looking behind him, but just seeing Saber on like the left side of the screen is just really it's just I don't know, it feels weird, but she's there. She's there to protect us. We're fine. I would say with an unnatural sense of dread, the feeling of perpetually being watched left me feeling restless.
僕を見るな。
He's talking to you guys. He's talking to you, chat. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. And upon saying that, I realized that my voice was trembling. It was almost like the cluttered room I knew so well had transformed into someplace completely foreign. If you've ever had to go to the bathroom at night after watching a horror movie or listening to a ghost story or something, you may know the feeling of being unnerved or even terrified by the dark hallways of your own home. Bro, anytime I get finished watching a horror movie that day, dude, that night, it's just all that feeling. I'm like, fuck that shit. Depending on the type of horror movie, I could barely sleep for a few more hours because of how fucked it is. It's fucked. I don't like it. And that's close to how I felt right now.
くそ、釣られたりするもんか。
Shitty bait. Yeah, it's just gonna be bait. In spite of my shuddering, I faced the monitor, leaned in, and... before I knew it, with the slightest twitch of my finger, I'd clicked one of the links. Well, those were dead photos. Those are murder photos. I really had no clue how it happened. It wasn't like my hand had been possessed by some unnatural force or something. I'd just sort of done it without thinking. But even though I knew fully well that it'd be a mistake, I'd clicked it as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
なんだよこれ。
The image that filled my monitor looked like some kind of modern art piece. An arrangement of spikes like the quills of a hedgehog or pins in a pincushion, protruded from the wall in the shape of a cross. Below it, a puddle of dark red. And in front of it were small pieces of something scattered across the ground like garbage. Seriously, what even was this? The work of some pretentious avant-garde artist? Those sort of idiots were all over the place. They'd make gory stuff like this, then spout some bullshit like, it depicts the latent chaos oft laid bare in this cruel world. No way in hell I'd ever consider that shit art. Still, what a weird image. It hadn't explicitly been gore, but it was definitely borderline. So then why? Why had it seemed so graphic? Why had it seemed so realistic? Why was I imagining the stench of blood? Why was that stench so strong that it nearly made me choke? It was all in my head, so why did I feel so sick to my stomach? I felt a sharp, throbbing pain in my forehead. The nausea wouldn't go away. Bro, we're gonna be late for Blood Tune. We're gonna be late. I desperately reached for my mouse, but my trembling hand knocked it off the desk, leaving it dangling above the floor by its cord. I reeled it back up to the mousepad and then finally closed the image. But just as I thought it was finally over, my eyes were struck by... whose eyes are those eyes? There it is. There's the line. But what does it mean? It's got some importance later. Don't worry about it. It'll come up later. I glanced at the minimum attendance chart to see whether I should go to school today. Is probably... In the end, I hadn't managed to catch the new Blood Tune episode live. What? We were that delayed on it? No big deal, though. Someone just upped it to YouTube after the fact, so I'd been able to just watch it there. He said the thing, chat. He said it. Up. New slang for... net slang, short for upload. And we got YouTube. That's what we got there. We got YouTube. I still didn't remember, and I still didn't feel any better. How did I see remember there? How did I see remember there? How does that even happen? How did I say that out loud? What's wrong with my brain? I still didn't feel any better, though. Those last words Shogun had left behind. It was almost as if he knew about God's gaze and how much it terrified me. It was way too specific for it to just be a coincidence. Maybe someone had leaked some info about me online. Maybe it was another ESO player with a grudge against Neidhart or something. Prodigies like me got a lot of love, so naturally, they also got a lot of hate. Well, most haters out there were just jealous. You wouldn't see them around much, but every once in a while, some child would try to start shit because he was jealous of Neidhart's strength and popularity. They weren't worth anyone's time. But we've gone off topic now. Anyway, yeah, the Shogun guy really got to me. Earlier I tried logging on to ESO to grind for a little while, but I just couldn't concentrate. And to make matters worse, of all days for this to happen,
最悪の日だ。
just had to be a shitty day like this. On top of everything else that happened, I also had to go to school today. Bullshit. I seriously didn't want to go, but if I didn't follow the minimum attendance sheet to a T, my calculations would get completely thrown off. Worst case scenario, I'd even have to repeat the year.
眠いのに。
I stifled a yawn and started trudging off towards school, a trip that was about 10 minutes from my base on foot. As soon as I started walking, my mood sank even lower. My body grew heavy and I found it strangely hard to breathe, causing me to break into an uncomfortable sweat. This was what always happened on school days. Going to school was pure suffering. Why did I have to go through this? Grumbling to myself with my eyes fixed on the pavement, I kept on walking. I turned to enter Shoto Park. The school was just past it. Over by the lake, an elderly couple was taking their morning stroll. Nearby, a businessman sat on a bench, reading the sports section of the paper. For a park on the outskirts of a bustling city in Shibuya, it was surprisingly calm, definitely a great place to relax. I took a seat on another bench nearby before heading into school in the morning. I always came here to eat breakfast. I gazed out towards the peaceful pond, the water surrounded by trees with off-color leaves, their hue slowly changing as autumn rolled in. As per usual, today's menu was just a cream bun that I'd picked up from the convenience store on the way here. It'd be enough to tide me over until later tonight. I always skipped lunch. Nobody wanted to eat lunch with an otaku freak like me, damn. And there was no way in hell I'd eat alone when surrounded by people eating and chatting together. Fucking losers. After washing down my breakfast with some cola, I began staring up at the sky absent-mindedly. Absent-mindedly? No matter the season, the sky above Shibuya was always pretty bleak. My parents only lived a few train stations away, but there was still a clear difference between here and there. Don't get me wrong, I didn't especially mind the bleak sky, but I also couldn't really explain why. I glanced at my watch to check the time. I needed to get going or I'd be late. I had to avoid that outcome at all costs. I only came to school 2 to 3 times a week, so I had to keep a low profile. To make it through school, I had to blend in to become invisible like air. The ideal school day was one where nothing happened, one where I didn't have to deal with any of my teachers or DQN classmates. That was the ultimate goal I shot for, and it would continue to be until the day I'd finally graduate. I didn't comment on it before, but these like 3D models with like a slight blur over them is something to cut costs, you know, something. I am still always of the mindset of you could just not have anything be there. You could just have the background. You don't need them, but maybe it's important later. It's a choice. This was Suimei Private Academy, the school I went to. Apparently, it only been built around 10 years ago, so it didn't exactly have a rich history or anything like that. Since it still looked brand new, it made a pretty good setting for high school TV shows. On top of that, the school uniforms had apparently been designed by some famous designer. A ton of shallow-ass girls enrolled just so that they could wear it. And while they called it a prep school, most students here didn't score much higher than the national average. Even more ironic, though, was that the school slogan was, "Here you'll be free," and yet the school rules were actually really strict. Then again, they never actually bothered enforcing those rules. So I guess the slogan wasn't really wrong in the end. I mean, I barely even showed up and I passed my classes just fine. If I could get away with that, you could probably get away with anything. As I closed in on the school, I could hear the other students more and more clearly. I wasn't good at dealing with crowds, so I just kept my head down. so I just kept my head low as I slipped through the gate. Nobody talk to me. Nobody talk to me. I repeated those words in my head like a mantra. My younger sister also attended this school, though she still lived with my parents. Run into her, and my perfectly fine day could turn into a nightmare. Luckily, I hadn't run into her this time. I made it to class safe and sound. I rushed over to my seat, being extra careful not to make eye contact with anyone. I could feel a nearby group of girls shoot a glance at me, but thankfully they went right back to chatting afterward. They all thought I was a freak, I was sure of it. Well, from my point of view, you 3D sluts are the real freaks here. God damn, chill! Takumi. If you think I'm a freak, then don't look at me. Just pretend that I'm not here. Don't acknowledge me at all. If you all just do that, then I won't bother you either. And I could go about my day in peace. That's all I want. That's why it always confuses me when I see DQNs calling people freaks. I just don't get it. If you think they're such a freak, then why even bother talking to them? Just stay in your corner, and they'll stay in theirs. Regardless, I was just sitting there, looking down at my desk, when...
Yo, Taku.
Who's this? Someone suddenly clapped me on the back. Startled, I turned to look behind me.
お前、今日って学校来る日だっけ?
Hello? You got an earring on. Hell yeah.
ミスミ君.
There's Misumi-kun. It was Misumi Daisuke, one of my classmates. He shot me a friendly smile from beside my desk. The guy was pretty handsome, so all the girls were into him. Oh, also we have a song playing now. We got background music finally. The guy was pretty handsome, so all the girls were into him, but he was also into them and dated them. A lot of them. Usually multiple at a time. If you ask me, he was balls deep in DQN territory. If it were up to me, I'd steer clear of him, but... Unfortunately, I'm probably in the protagonist seat, and he sits right next to me, so it's all fucked. Looking as grim as ever. Stay up all night playing games again. No, definitely not. He's the only person in class who was comfortable talking to me. Though we had absolutely nothing in common, so I had no idea why he bothered. I had been suspicious about it ever since the school year began. If I were a girl, I could maybe understand, but since I was a guy, it made no sense to me. Well, I mean, it's Pride Month, so maybe it does make sense to you, Takumi. You ever think of that? You ever think of that? I know it's hard. Oh. Why am I reading? I don't read for him. I gotta try and speak up. I would if I could. Just the act of talking to another 3D human being was painful. Anxiety made it hard for me to speak naturally. My lack of experience made it hard for me to articulate things. And I was always afraid of being teased for saying something weird. That is why I always shrunk back. You have no idea how much pain I'm going through, so please don't talk like you know me. Also, I'm not a goddamn shut-in. Real shut-ins stay in their rooms 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I'm not like that. I'm no hikikomori, which is probably what it said originally. I'm not a hikikomori. I go outside. People might start to think that. But you approached me, Misumi. You approached me. Wait, was he just dating girls as a cover? Had he been into guys all along? I tried to back away from him, nearly falling out of my chair in the process, but I quickly grabbed onto my desk to catch myself. How you doing, dude? What? I mean, you could be bi. Terrifying? What is terrifying? Calm down. Speaking of landed chicks, Misumi-kun took a quick look around, then lowered his voice and grinned from ear to ear. You bagged a third girl? Bro. Giga Chat over here. Tanaka? Of course he wouldn't know. Bro, have you seen how often I come to fucking school? It's like 2 times a week. What do you want from me?
3次元に興味ないんじゃそれも当然か
Visibly frustrated, he shrugged his shoulders and let out a sigh. Well, interestingly enough, he never insulted my taste in girls, which was, to put it simply, that they had to be from the second dimension. But he never called me a freak for that. He just didn't bother with things that didn't interest him. Man pulled benches like it's his Second Amendment. Listen, it's what he does. He will know the ways as if he were born into it. That was what made me think he may not have been all that bad. That was also probably the reason why I didn't mind talking to him.
これでうちのクラスの可愛い女はほぼ攻略完了だそろそろ
Everyone?
守備範囲広げようかって思って
Oh, he's gonna go next door? Okay, maybe he was pretty bad. If a girl overheard some of the shit he said, she'd be horrified. Real hot one in class, Steve.
すごくいい女がいるらしいんだよなんかそういう燃えるんか
Oh, okay. Not much in the
お
chest.
前の場合は燃えるんじゃなくて燃えだっけか
Well, not in that sense. He's into the 2D girls, so physically, like in their full form flat. He's into that, but not like that. You're talking about 2D? That's not whatever.
まお前の興味ねえ
Not the
話
same
は
thing.
そろそろやめるか
New topic.
じゃあよ
What do we got?
ニュージェネの話知ってるだろ
Yeah, I heard about that last night, actually. I didn't expect to hear those words come out of his mouth. And here I thought he was only capable of thinking about girls. I couldn't even picture him watching the news or reading the
集
newspaper.
団ダイブの事件さあれも噂によると殺人らしいぜへえマジだって書いてあったんだよスポ島に
So, what? So his source was Sports Tokyo? That kind of erased any and all credibility. Source: the origin of a person's information, be it a document, news article, historical materials, etc. Due to the large amount of false information present on online forums, it is important for a poster to provide the source if they want to be trusted. Often referred to on the internet as sauce. For example, where's the sauce? i.e., where is the source of that? Still, I'd already known about that rumor. Not that I cared.
で聞いて驚けその殺人鬼が女でしかもかなり美人だって目撃証言があんだよ
The killer's a chick and a hottie.
女
Watching Misumi-kun get so excited, it finally hit me. Why did he suddenly care enough to read Sports Tokyo? Same reason to care about anything else. Something to do with girls. What a twist. I guess Misumi-kun would even go after serial killers as long as they were cute. I mean, if it were me, I'd take a cute 2D serial killer, but... Misumi-kun stared longingly at the blue sky outside the window. Then, for some reason, his face suddenly lit up as he'd reached enlightenment himself.
どんなやつなんだろうな犯人って本当に美人なのかな会ってみて
He really just sat there and said, need. He's like, I need that. Yeah, this dude definitely thought exclusively with the wrong head.
俺だけは殺されねえ自信があんだよなだってほら俺ってかっこいいだろいくら連続殺人鬼でも俺みたいにいい男に会ったら
I'm just that good. She won't kill me. I'm just that good. There's no way. She'd definitely fall for me. And that's why she wouldn't kill you? I like the kind of woman that can actually kill me. True. It's what we need. This guy was so delusional that he gave me a run for my money. The fact that he was able to say all that without even a hint of irony was honestly pretty gross.
僕は興味ないからでもよ興味ないっつったって犯人は絶対この辺うろうろしてんだぞ
Oh, I just accidentally skipped more voice he was saying. He said things. He said, you know...
でもよ
Oh, there you go.
興味ないっつったって犯人は絶対この辺うろうろしてんだぞどっかですれ違ってたりするかもしんねえし
There you go. Yeah, well, for all I know, you could be the murderer. It's Among Us. It all goes back to Among Us every time. Okay, probably not, but it was entirely possible that the killer could be one of the students at this very school. If that turned out to be true, maybe I'd use my PTSD as an excuse to come in less often without hurting my attendance. Short form post-traumatic stress disorder. From the DSM-4, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, 4th edition, published by the American Psychiatric Association in 1994. A mental condition caused by the severe psychological shock of an accident, disaster, crime, or other intense stressor. It induces several stress-related symptoms, including emotional instability, insomnia, confusion, and vivid flashbacks. These symptoms are often triggered in response to stimulus that is similar to the original trauma. A patient must experience these symptoms for over a month in order to be diagnosed with PTSD.
なあ、今日俺と一緒に殺人現場見に行かね。
Hey, want to go see a crime scene?
歩いて行けんだってよ。
Want to go see the blood? The blood might still be there. I had absolutely zero interest in doing that, like less than zero interest. I just wanted to get through school in peace, go home, greet Seiratan, and get back to being worshipped like a god in Baselard.
もう小橋と長谷川は見に行ったって言ってたしよ。
Who?
本当に興味ないんだ。
Oh shit, we have a choice here. I felt bad about... Okay, so we can make it... So we actually have 3 options before us with these, from what I remember. You could pick this, which... Hold on. Because there's green, red, and then there's not answering at all. And I think one of them is going into a delusion, and the other is not. I think it explains it here. Okay, so we can choose to experience a delusion here. A positive delusion or a negative delusion. That's what those are. Or we can just ignore it and not experience a delusion at all. So we could do a positive delusion or a negative delusion here. What do we want to do? What do you want to start off with? You want a positive delusion, you want a negative delusion, or you want no delusion? You want the real world. What do you want us to do here? What should we do here? Somebody in chat, anybody in chat. First one I see, I'll do it. What do you want us to do? Positive delusion, negative delusion, no delusion. What do we do? What do we do? What's the choice? I felt bad about turning Misumi-kun down since he seemed so kind about it, but I really did not want to go. But even though I was trying my hardest to refuse, he just wasn't listening.
そしたら犯人とばったり会っちゃったりしてな。犯人は犯行現場に戻ってくるってよく言うだろ。んで、次はタクがターゲットにされるんだ。
You're not a fan of
死
delusion?
をもって罪を償いみたいな。罪状はそうだな。引きこもってたからってことで。
Alright, no delusion. No delusion for this first
僕は
time.
引きこもりじゃ。
Taking some offense at Misumi-kun's choice of words, I almost snapped back at him. But I quickly decided against it when I considered the possibility that he might get upset at me. So I just bit my lip and turned away, and when I did, I noticed that there was something written on the blackboard. At first I didn't really care enough to read what was written there. My mind only registered the fact that something was written there, and not what was there, what it was. But the longer I gazed at it, the more I realized something was wrong. Before I knew it, I was out of my chair.
ちょっとどいて。
Get the fuck out of the way.
おい、どうしたんだよ。
Oi, oi, oi. Yo, there it is. There's the line. Whose eyes are those eyes? I pushed Misumi-kun aside and rushed over to the blackboard. The instant I realized what it said, I felt my heart stop. Whose eyes are those eyes? Those were the words I said to myself whenever I felt God's gaze. I never said them out loud before. I hadn't told anyone about them either. Not even Misumi-kun. It didn't matter how often I used it. There was no way anyone in this world could know about that phrase. Or anyone in this class. I don't want to say a word. So who, why, how? I quickly turned around and scanned the room. The only person paying any attention to me was Misumi-kun. The rest were talking to their friends, reading manga despite manga being against the rules, or sleeping on their desks. Then who? Who had written it? And when? Had it been there the whole time? Since before I'd even entered the classroom? I couldn't remember. It wasn't like I'd ever paid attention to the blackboard anyway.
なあ、どうしたんだ。
Suki walked up to me, grabbed my shoulder, and gave me a good shake. Are you even listening?
おい、タク。
It didn't matter. It didn't matter who had written it. It had to be a coincidence. It must have just been a common phrase or something. It was just a stupid, pointless scribble. Yeah, that had to be it. It had to be. I tried to convince myself of that, but it was still freaking me out. I still had no clue who'd written it. I'd have to ask everyone in the class to figure that out, and I didn't have anywhere near that kind of courage. Immediately after I thought that, homeroom began and my teacher came into the room. His eyes immediately zeroed in on the words written on the blackboard, and with a quick, "Come on, who wrote this?" he grabbed the eraser and wiped them all away. Alright, the streets of Shibuya. Damn, not enough courage. Just like in Persona 3 Reload. You know, we have to get our courage up. We gotta work at the cafe. Oh no, that's for charm. Don't worry about it. For some reason, I was still a little creeped out, but I tried to just carry on like always. If I let myself get any more scared, I'd probably start thinking that someone was deliberately targeting me. But that was ridiculous. It was just a coincidence. In the end, I had to keep telling myself that until school was over. And when it finally was, I headed towards my usual internet cafe. Yeah, we got Mindos for our OS over there. And we got Deloodle and an ad for, I'm assuming this is Empire Sweeper Online. Programmers wanted free training. Now only 500,000 yen to apply. Become a manager today. From Shay D Corp. Shay D Corp. Offering 5,000 yen to apply. For an indoor person like me, Ad Cafe was the only hangout spot I enjoyed. Being at the center of Shibuya and all, there were plenty of 3D DQN women and office drones accompanying it. But since the rooms were all private, that wasn't an issue. As for the room I was in, it was the one I always reserved, room 37, located way in the back. It was pretty inconvenient to get refills, but since very few people ever reserve rooms near the back, it was nice and quiet. Once or twice a week, I'd come here on my way home from school to log on to my other ESO account. Nightheart was essentially a celebrity, so this is my way to just relax and enjoy the game. While I did love being treated like a hero all the time, it sure did take its toll. This is why I had made another avatar. A character used to represent an internet user on websites, chat rooms, online games, and other online communities. Look at that, we got 3D movement here. I'm gonna move. This one was a female character named Lizelot. I hadn't accomplished anything big with her. I mainly just made her help Nightheart look even better by comparison. I played for about 3 hours to blow off some steam. I then had some fun messing around with my guild mates, while talking about hardcore dojins and other random shit. Guild, when used in online games, refers to a particular group of players that centers around a single leader. These groups are akin to small communities, where users can chat and adventure together. Some guilds are also tight-knit, some guilds are so tight-knit that they organize offline meets in order to see each other in real life. Dojin, short for doujinshi, the Japanese term for self-published works, with the most popular being media associated with otaku, such as manga or light novels. They are most often sold at various conventions or online. While doujinshi can feature pornographic content, many do not. By the time I left the cafe, it was already around 9 p.m. There were even more DQNs around at this time of night. They'd line the streets like they owned the place, stuffing their face with greasy-ass hamburgers as they let out the most disgusting laughter imaginable. Just looking at them made me want to puke. And what was especially bad? If you just so much as looked at them the wrong way, they'd immediately come and beat the shit out of you. Fucking savages. Listen, we just played through River City Girls. I understand. Wakarimasu. They weren't human. They were animals. Not fit for civilized society. Just throw them in slaughterhouse or something, seriously. Well, I say that, but there was no way I could hope to ever stand up to them myself. There was no point in trying. Regardless, it was time to get the hell out of Center Guy. Guy, a Japanese word here used here as a suffix meaning street. The word dori can also be used the same way. So this is Center Street. On my way back from At Cafe, I always drop by a manga darake, right? Manga darake, which is pretty close by, or Anime-ite, which might be a bit further off. I decided to check out Anime-ite, I'm sorry, it's Anime-8, it's Animate. I understand the pun now. It's Animate, but it's like anime and 8. I understand the pun now. I understand it. I read it wrong the first time. It's Animate. I decided to check out Animate today, so I headed towards the station south exit. Down the path, there was an instant drop in the number of DQNs. Man, Center Guy was complete and utter chaos. Just walking through it brought me nothing but pain and suffering. I'd never set foot there again if I could help it. I wish the whole place would just get blown into smithereens, except At Cafe and Manga Darik, of course. Alright then, time to go browsing for some comics, dojins, or whatever else catches my eye. Oh yeah, that's right. The Bloodtoon Volume 5 DVD was coming out soon. Was it available for pre-order yet? If so, I definitely need to get one nailed down. Before I knew it, I found myself in an alleyway in Maruyamacho. The same alley I always took back home from Animate. I blinked a couple times to make sure that I wasn't just seeing things. I took a look inside my bag. Nothing inside but the usual. Some textbooks and a handheld game system. I hadn't bought anything from Animate today. Strange. Normally, I'd never leave Animate empty-handed. Well, whatever. I let out a sigh and continued walking. Shouldn't take me more than 15 minutes to reach my base from here. I was only a short walk from the station, yet the dazzling neon lights and thick crowds had all but vanished. There were the occasional passers-by, usually older couples heading to love hotels, or some random businessmen heading home. But aside from that, the place was deserted. Hard to believe that this was still Shibuya, home of the bustling DQN-infested Center Guy. Somehow it was already nighttime, and if that weren't enough, it was especially cloudy tonight, making it even darker than usual since the moonlight couldn't shine through. Shady alley. Let's go right through it. Here we go again. Shit. I'd walked down this dirty alley more times than I could count, but for some reason... Why am I getting tinnitus? What's going on here? But for some reason, walking through it today, I couldn't help but feel as if I'd stepped into another world. The alley was the same as ever, but it felt like it was the first time I'd ever set foot in it. What's more, the stench of rotting garbage was lingering in the air. The moisture in the atmosphere was so thick that, if I hadn't known any better, I'd have assumed that it'd just be raining. The air was like syrup on my skin. Choto. Why didn't I say again? Has this happened before? Hadn't I felt this sense of jamais vu, which we learned from reading Summertime Rendering? It's like a feeling that you've experienced something before when you haven't, right? Deja vu / jamais vu. Deja vu is the feeling of having experienced something despite not actually experiencing it. Wait. What? Wait. It feels as if one is recalling a genuine past experience as opposed to an imagined experience or a dream. Okay, maybe I got it backwards. However, the individual undergoing this phenomenon is unable to recall when and where the experience occurred, which results in an intense feeling of strange... Oh no, jamais vu is a feeling that you... I'm just going to read it, fuck it. The cause of deja vu has yet to be determined. One theory is that it is a physiological phenomenon caused by an extremely rare temporary desynchronization of the recollection and storage functions of memory. The cause is theorized to be spasms in the brain's parahippocampal gyrus, which is in charge of spatial reasoning and the sensation of familiarity. There is also the opposite of deja vu, where one feels that they have not experienced something despite having experienced it in the past. This is known as jamais vu. Oh, I remember. Okay. I always got it confused. Okay. So he's been around this alley so many times, but now it's jamais vu because he now it doesn't feel familiar. Fuck, I was getting my delusions mixed up with reality, or was I getting my delusions mixed up with reality or something? That sounded like the kind of nonsense some expert psychiatrist would say on one of those TV talk shows. Well, whatever. The point was, right at that moment, I was feeling a strange sense of jamais-vu. But on top of that, I could feel a prickling sensation on the nape of my neck. A sensation I knew very well. The feeling of being watched from the heavens. And I could say for sure that it was no delusion. It felt inescapable, as if, no matter where I went, the gaze would follow. There was no doubt in my mind somebody was watching me. That was just how powerful the sensation was. I desperately wanted to look behind me, but I challenged myself not to. It was a game that I played every once in a while, a test. I called it the "it'll take more than that to make me turn around" game. The aim of the game, obviously, was to avoid turning around. I played it when I heard a weird sound or felt like I was being watched. Whenever I felt the gaze, I tended to imagine some kind of insanely terrifying ghost or monster lurking behind me. Not that I'd ever actually seen anything in the past 17 years, though, even on the occasion when I'd lost my patience and turned around. Still, I'd always been able to have at least a little bit of fun with it. I'd listen to the wind, raise an eyebrow suspiciously, and say phrases ripped straight out of a manga. That was the only reason why I did it, because it was fun. Definitely not because I was scared or anything.
貴様、見ているな。その目誰の目？なんちゃって。
Gotcha. Okay, to be honest, I was really just trying to act calm, but before I knew it, I had stopped dead in my tracks. I sensed a change in the atmosphere, paralyzing my body in place. I then noticed my face was soaked with sweat, and my knees were shaking. Unable to take it anymore, I turned around, which meant that I'd lost. But thankfully, there was no one behind me. Not even a car passing by or something. So why did I feel so uneasy? Oh, the tinnitus stopped. We're good. No more tinnitus. We're cured. The ringing in my ears ceased. I hadn't even realized it, but I'd been hearing some ringing sound this whole time. I realized it. It was very annoying. But still, until then, I had been completely oblivious to it. And now that it was gone, I couldn't hear anything at all. For a place like Tokyo, this sort of sudden silence seemed completely unreal. It was the sort of perfect silence where you could hear a pin drop if you focused hard enough. So I closed my eyes and listened closely, just to see what I could hear. What do I hear? But I still couldn't hear anything at all. That was pretty strange. No, that was definitely strange. There were all sorts of things I should have been hearing. Trains running by, car horns in the distance, some sort of small noise. So why did I hear nothing? Was something wrong with my ears? I felt compelled to shout, just as I could hear something. I felt like I might go crazy otherwise, but I couldn't do it. The silence was deafening, but it made me fear what would happen if I broke it. Is that the Elden Ring blacksmith? Is that what that sound is? Suddenly, a single sound resonated through the silent world. Yo, end of Evangelion over here? I turned my head to look for the source, but instead, I found a slew of shining objects scattered across the asphalt.
十字架?
Crosses. When I saw them, my body suddenly unfroze, and naturally, perhaps too unnaturally, I started moving towards them. Driven by curiosity, I picked one up. It was made of metal, with a long pointy end like a needle. A stake? Or a nail, maybe? Whatever it was shaped like a cross, hence my initial confusion. It felt almost phantasmal, like it might float away at any moment. I tightened my grip on it. And the sound continued to reverberate, faintly in the distance. A sound cold enough to send chills down my spine, repeating incessantly. Even so, I couldn't help but move towards the source. It was like I was in a trance. Was it just morbid curiosity? Or was I hoping that the noise would save me? That it would grant me salvation from this silent world? You know, this reminded me of that one German folktale. What was it called again? Oh yeah, the Pied Piper of Hamelin. a story in which the sound of one man's pipe lured over 100 children to following him. The clanging sound refused to stop, and the further I walked, the louder it got. It was coming from further down the alley, past the corner on my left. I could already tell, if I turned that corner, I would be met with the source of that sound. And yet, I never thought of turning back. Such a thought didn't even cross my mind. It was like my body was moving on its own. And so I turned the corner, and my eyes were struck by a vibrant crimson, shining through the darkness. Oh. Is he okay? He's okay, right? My first thought was, where have I seen this art piece before? It's from our boy's little doodle, right? And my second thought was, it doesn't look very realistic. Oh, we're very calm about this. Maybe I was so shocked that my brain wasn't processing things properly. Normally when he really just sat there, saw that, and thought mid. He just was like, it's mid. Normally when I saw something this terrifying, I'd freeze, scream like a little girl, and piss my pants all at once. That's a lot. The work consisted of spikes arranged on a wall, like the quills of a hedgehog. Just like Sonic, or like pins in a pincushion. But when I looked closer, I realized the pincushion was leaking blood. So then, that meant that the puddle of crimson below it was blood. The feeble glow of a streetlight just barely reached it, causing the pool to gleam in the darkness. Scattered around were a few shining pieces of what looked like meat. Maybe. I couldn't really tell. I tried to gulp, but my throat had gone completely dry. Not a single drop of saliva to be found. And then I realized that thing that was nailed to the wall was a human corpse. A murder that was far too unnatural, far too brutal, far too immoderate. And the one who'd done it, the one who had nailed these stakes to the wall, was a single girl. Yeah, okay, but is she a baddie, though? Is she a baddie? As for how I knew that, it was because she was right there, standing in front of her art, holding a bundle of stakes in her blood-soaked hand. I could only see her back from here, so I obviously had no clue what she looked like. What I could tell, though, was that she was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform. The stench of rotting garbage was intensifying, and I was hit with wave after wave of nausea. I put a hand to my mouth to stop myself from vomiting, but I was nearly at my limit. And then it suddenly dawned on me, the cause of my deja vu. I thought it was Jamaizu. To answer the question, where have I seen this before? Oh, he had Jamaizu before and then deja vu when he saw the art piece. The picture Shogun sent. What about the picture Daisuke sent? Or not Daisuke. It was Grim. He just sent a link that said Guro Daisuke. Without meaning to, I'd said that out loud, without realizing how dangerous or even deadly that mistake could be. In response to my voice, her shoulder twitched slightly. And with that, she slowly turned to face me. You good there? She's giving me the dead eyes here. In that moment, it was as if her gaze was piercing straight through me. Such desolate eyes. She had just killed someone. At first, she seemed shocked, but her expression quickly changed to a somber smile. And then... Oh, is she a baddie? Yeah, she's a baddie. Look at that smile. Look at that smile now. Yeah, she a baddie. She softly whispered those words. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for what? And why was she smiling at me? I didn't understand. The questions kept piling up, to the point where it sent a chill down my spine. Now panicking, I tried to avert my eyes. The first thing that came to mind was, I don't want anything to do with this. I mean, for starters, I could hardly make eye contact with the regular 3D girls, let alone psycho killers. And the police would be here soon, and I was hungry. That's why I should just go home. Yeah, I need to get out of here, as fast, as humanly as possible. And if I don't, then I'll go insane. She said my name? Suddenly she called me by name, even though I never told her my name, even though I never even met her before.
あなたに会いたかった。
As she looked at me, her lips twisted into a horrifically fearsome smile, almost like she was a demon. Jesus, please, don't fuck with my ears like that. That's actually terrifying. Holy fuck. Screaming at the top of my lungs, I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. It hurt to breathe, but I didn't care. I just kept screaming and running as if my life depended on it. At one point along the way, I turned my head to look behind me, but she didn't seem to be chasing me. I was completely winded. Winded? No, it's winded. I was completely winded. My lungs struggled to shovel air in and out, and my agonized panting echoed throughout my room. I plopped down in my computer chair. My body and clothes were completely drenched in sweat. What the fuck had just happened? Another one of my delusions? My nausea was becoming unbearable. Trying to alleviate it, I grabbed a cola from the fridge and chugged it as fast as I could. That delusion was way too realistic, even for my usual standards. And boy, was it gruesome. Too gruesome. I was still out of breath. Could a simple delusion really do this to me? No, it definitely couldn't. I felt an uncomfortable sensation in my right hand. I'd been clenching my fist so hard my fingers had nearly turned white. I hadn't even noticed until just now. I slowly opened my hand, one finger at a time, all while my heart pounded like a drum. Lying in the palm of my hand was a single steak. Yeah, just toss it. Just chuck it. Terrified by the sight of it, I instinctively turned and threw it against the wall. Damn, didn't know he was a wind-up. Listen, he's gotta be crazy somehow, right? Hold on. Why are there things coming up on my phone? Go away. No, Tinder. I don't want to use you. Stop. Stop sending me ads. Okay, that's the steak from before. Well, I definitely did pick one up off the ground earlier, but how was that even possible? Hadn't it all been just a delusion? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It can't be possible. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Oh. Quick, look at your figures. Just look at your fingers and breathe. Figures, not fingers. Look at your figures and breathe. Look at the waifus. Eat some of the chips. Take a potato chip and eat it too. At my wit's end, I started pacing around my room. I needed to figure out whether that nightmare had been real or just another delusion. That was the plan, at least, until I slipped on a CD case and lost my balance. Jesus. In a panic, I reached out for something to keep myself from falling flat on the floor. I barely managed to find something to latch onto, but unfortunately, that something was my shelf of waifus. No! That's actually horrifying. They're all expensive, they're all precious to him, and he's about to knock all of them down. Before I had a chance to regret it, it was already too late. In the end, no matter how hard I tried, I wasn't able to stop myself from falling ass first onto the floor. And to make matters worse, several of my beautifully arranged figures came tumbling down on top of me. Oh, God damn it. This was the worst. Everything about this was just the worst. I let out a groan as I rose to my feet. I had to make sure my figures were safe. Well, now I gotta pick them all up. No, not the sword! No! It snapped clean in two. Why did it have to be one of the expensive ones? I paid a premium online for this. Are you fucking kidding me? I tried putting the two halves of the blade back together, but I'd never be able to fix it perfectly. Even if I had used glue. Any value it once had was now gone. Kuso! I turned to my chair and kicked it out of sheer rage. Tears began to well up in my eyes. Why did I have to go through all of this? What had I ever done to deserve this? I fell to the floor and just sat there for a while, heartbroken, staring dejectedly at my now swordless Ignistan. Swordless. Don't worry about the murder, though. The murder's whatever, but the waifus, that's horrific. Once the storm of anger and confusion had passed, I found my mind filling with visions of her face, along with that modern art I'd seen. I had actually been physically holding one of those stakes, which meant it could have been a delusion. It had all been real. Couldn't have been a delusion, so it had all been real. I really wanted to deny it, but there was no way I could. By tomorrow, it was sure to be all over the media. I really, really didn't want anything to do with this nightmare. There was no way associating with that girl, no, that demon, could bring anything but catastrophe for me. Hell, we'd only just met for the first time, and there had already been a disaster. After all, I'd brought home a critical piece of evidence from that incident, one of the stakes that'd been used in the murder. I wouldn't be surprised if that on its own was enough to make me a suspect. And if things weren't already bad enough, that demon had seen my face. Not only that, she knew your fucking name, bro. It's over. There's no way out of this mess. And at this rate, the demon was going to... No, forget about that. For now, I should focus on getting things sorted in my head. For my own sake. If I value my own life, I really need to figure things out. Oh my god, he's actually writing an outline. Chat with Shogun. Whose eyes are those eyes? Shogun equals mysterious girl? Mysterious girl equals murder and demon. No doubt about it.
あの写真は事件の予告メッセージみたいなものだったんだ。
Yeah, but if the photos were taken in advance, then that means he hadn't done it yet, right? Otherwise, there'd be no way the image could have matched up so perfectly with the crime scene. First, she'd edited the image together. Then she recreated it in real... it was the Photoshops. Right down to the finest detail. That was how the crime had happened. No, in her eyes, I bet it was more of a work of art than a crime. She seemed like that kind of psycho dedicated to finishing any job with nothing but sheer perfection.
頭がおかしいよ。
Fucked in the head? Hell yeah.
でもどうしてそれを僕に。そもそもあの女はナイトハルトが僕だってどうやって知った？僕の名前をどうやって知った？
What was I supposed to do? That demon would definitely come to kill me soon. If she already knew my name, email, and all that stuff, then there was a very good chance she knew my home address too. I curled up into the fetal position in my chair. The image of that twisted murder was etched into my mind. How could I stay calm when I could end up like that way too?
死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。死にたくない。
Shinitakunai. Seira-tan. Seira-tan lay sideways on my desk, facing towards me with a smile. Yeah. It's delusion time, baby. All we gotta do is just hold ourselves in our room. That's all we gotta do. Yeah. Any day now. I was already doing that, Seira-tan. You're so right. You're so real. You're so true. It's a big no-no. Big no-no. You're right, Seira-tan. You're so true. Oh, Taki.
でも、セラ。
True. The old Joestar method. Yeah, you're right. Are they? What? Never. Is that how that works? It makes sense to me, Seira-tan. True. She's so right. You might be right. Just what I expect from my waifu. I could always count on her to give me the best advice. Having regained my peace of mind, I reached out my hand for Saratan, lightly grasping her by her slim waist. Even as our faces drew closer, her smile never wavered.
ありがとうセイラ。おかげで勇気が出てきた。そうだよ。3次元なんてクソくらいだ。あの悪魔だって僕みたいに妹のことなんて気にも留めてないさ。僕は安全だ。安心して毎日演奏したり好きなアニメを見てれば何の問題もないんだ。
でもさっき言ったみたく油断は禁物だぞ。
Just stay inside forever, Taki. I couldn't trust anyone. I wouldn't listen to a single word they had to say. All I had to do was be cautious of everything in the 3D world. As long as I did that, everything would be just fine.
セイラにそこまで心配してもらえて僕は幸せだな。さてそれじゃ気分直しに演スロット。
All right. It's a nice little delusion there. Is the fact that the world he sees is 2D also a delusion? Well, some of the people he sees in real life are not 2D. They're 3D background characters, but the main important people seem to be 2D. So, I don't know, might be something there. Fly across. How long is the song? Jesus Christ. Late into the night, the sound of a beautiful voice could be heard throughout Miyashita Park. Yo? Hello? It was coming from a pedestrian bridge that crossed over Meiji Dori. A steady flow of cars passed underneath. But in spite of this, a girl known as Fess, F-E-S? I think you pronounce it Fess, showed no sign of being affected by the noise. She simply kept on singing, leaning back against the handrail of the bridge. On any normal day, if she were to sing on the street in public like this, she would surely attract hundreds of onlookers. But right now, nobody was listening to her sing. For Fess was deliberately concealing her presence, blending into the stillness of the night. This way, she could loiter quietly until the moon left the sky behind. By doing so, by becoming one with the darkness, she felt as if she could free herself from the corrupt atmosphere of Shibuya, if only for a moment. That was what Fess felt to be true. Suddenly, Fess looked up at the night sky. The clouds covering it were starting to clear up, little by little, leaving space for the moonlight to shine through in their wake. But sadly, any and all starlight was completely drowned out by the dazzling neon of Shibuya. Fess halted her song, then slowly reached her hand out towards the sky. Anyways, back to my pewter. About a day had passed and I'd spent... Oh my god, what is going on my desktop here? Hold on. We have top.jpg, miku.jpg, random image file numbers, arrow.jpg, wishlist.txt, pxxx.txt, miku.mp3, other random things. We have address. Okay. About a day had passed and I spent pretty much every hour of it in Baselard. I'd hardly even made time to eat. I'd immersed myself fully into the role of Neidhart, and in the process completely erased every trace of Nishijo Takumi. In ESO, I was an absolute god. No demon could ever strike fear into my heart, and I was respected by everyone. They fit Hatsune Miku on an MP3, Shadow. I'll have you know, they fit her on several MP3s. Several. One might say that's how she became famous. One might say. If only I could live in such a comfortable world for all eternity. I was certain I'd be far happier that way. Here we go. Back to gaming. He's pogging. He's pogging so hard. Rare drop. Legendary drop. Holy shit. Yo. Angelic Circlet for the win. Okay, equip. For the win. Yeah, used to express excitement about the subject.
Huh?
What? Hey, it's me. It's me, Goku. Hey, it's me. It's me, Goku. Chill out, Nineheart. Low tier guard yourselves right now. Persona yourselves. Get out of here. Big bro. Finally, another legend I have to add to my collection. Naturally, I was stoked. My depression from earlier had been completely blown away. Murder? I just witnessed a murder? I just had a delusion about Serotan? Don't worry about any of that. I found a legendary drop in Baselord Online. Or ESO in Baselord. The Angelic Circlet had a drop rate of 0.0001%. It was so rare some players thought it was unobtainable. Well, its stats... I keep hearing something. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's annoying. Well, its stats were shit, so it was pretty much just a cosmetic item. But that was good enough. People could tell you had an Angelic Circlet just by looking at you, which was enough to make anyone green with envy. Gaming is the only thing keeping him chained to this world. Godhood. Shut up. Who the hell was banging on my door for so goddamn long? Just when I finally managed to get a hold of a rare item, this happened. Couldn't a man enjoy his victories for 1 second? Can't have anything in his goddamn house? Big jerk. Oh god, that voice. The moment I realized who it was, my mood instantly took a nosedive. There was no mistaking it. That was the voice of an assassin sent by my parents, my little sister, Nanami. What a pain in the ass. Oh, I'll be really mean? That's all? Well, shit. Here came the storm to rain on my parade. I really didn't want to let her in, but if I didn't, my parents would probably get on my case about it. Stop living alone and move back in with us, they'd say. I'd ignore them if I could, but my dad basically owned this building, so it'd take just a snap of his fingers for him to kick me out. Oh, this is the worst. SDFU! Shut the fuck up. Used for when someone is being extremely annoying. I swear, her voice was so shrill, it could shatter glass. What the fuck is it? The banging just didn't stop, and since the metal walls were pretty thin, the sound echoed loudly all throughout the container. Nanami was well aware of that. In fact, that was exactly why she was doing it. In the end, I had no choice. I reluctantly removed the padlock and opened the door. He keeps himself padlocked in? Damn. Hey, routine survival check. How's it going, Nanami? I like how he referred to it as a building. Wait, he referred to what as a building? What did he refer to as a building? Oh, no. Yeah, her dad owns the building that it's on top of. That's why he's able to just live in the thing on top of the building. Yeah, his dad owns the actual building. This baby face runt was my little sister. She was a year younger than me.
呼んでるんだから返事くらいしてよね。お兄死んじゃったかもって思ったじゃん。
I might be, actually. I might be dead. Of course, the first thing out of her mouth was bitching. And to make things worse, she was standing there with her hands on her hips, like the bratty little shit she was. The spitting image of irritating. Her existence brought me nothing but suffering.
相変わらず部屋の中汚。ちょっとは片付けなよ。
Listen, you come into my house and you shit on the way I live my life? Get the fuck out of my shipping container right now. What do you think you're doing here? Nanami just waltzed right on in without even asking. What the hell did she think she was doing? What? Did she think she could get away with whatever she wanted just because she was my little sister? And to think there were people out there who seriously believed that little sisters were moe. I always wanted to tell those guys how much of an epic fail that was. Well, even though she was my sister, she certainly didn't look unsavory. She had a lolly body type, so I could see why that might make her pretty damn popular in some circles. But as her older brother, I didn't care about that. I wasn't into her at all. As far as I was concerned, she was downright repulsive, not to mention immature. Not to say I didn't like lollies, of course. They're just only 2D ones. Ew.
お兄の部屋って相変わらず不潔。
Mold?
掃
Well,
除
this
しろっていつも言ってるじゃん。どうしてしないの？
it's probably because there is mold. There's probably a lot of mold. This is probably not a... Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. What the fuck are you? What are you? What the fuck was that? Oh my god. Oh my god. I think it's still moving. I think it was still moving. Fuck. Did I kill it? Fuck. What the fuck was that? Fuck, it's still... What the fuck was that? Jesus. What was that? I don't know if you saw it. Its name is Stan Jotaro. It was like right in front of my screen. There was suddenly like a little black speck floating in the air. I don't know if it was a spider or what. It probably was a spider if it was just hanging in the air because it wasn't like flying around. I grabbed it with the tissue. I think it was a jumping spider or some shit because it immediately like leaped to like the other end of my mouse pad. I think I got it though. The fuck was that? It was like a big one too. Jesus. There's probably mold. Yeah, there's mold. There's mold in the room. Don't worry about that. We also got spiders. We got mold. We got spiders. We got the works. Don't worry about it, sister.
まあ、どうせ掃除してくれる彼女なんかいないだろうし。お兄ってズボラだから、こうなるのは目に見える。
I don't need to clean up. I know where everything is. I know where everything is. A big shot spider. Yeah, you know it.
やっぱりナナが掃除しに来てあげるしかないかな。
For free?
だが断る。
Ah, kotawaru. I refuse. A quotation from a popular manga about bizarre adventures. On the internet, it was used frequently as a cool way to turn someone down. You don't say a popular manga about bizarre adventures. What might they be referring to there?
なんでよ。
What are they referring to there, guys?
お前に部屋荒らされたくない。
Yeah, don't fucking touch my shit. Leave my room alone.
それがわざわざ生存確認しに来てあげてる妹に言うセリフ？
Maybe things would change if you showed up. Maybe things would change if you showed your older brother a little respect. And why should I be grateful that you're checking on me? I sure as hell didn't ask for that.
まったく、なんでこんな面倒ばっかりかけさせる兄弟と血つながってるんだろう。たまに嫌になっちゃうよ。
I'm just also realizing how funny it is that we had the JoJo reference happen right after we literally had you joke in the chat about an enemy stand in my room.
なんか喉乾いちゃった。飲み物もらうね。
Nanami walked right past me over to the mini fridge, once again acting like she owned the place. Oh. Positive or negative delusions or no delusions?
ほらしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
I say we go for negative. Let's try a negative delusion. Let's see what fucked up shit happens.
知らんがな。
しょうがないな。じゃあコーラもらうね。
Surprise, fucking surprise. She went ahead and did as she pleased. There's this thing called permission, you know. She grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge, one I'd already drank from, no less, and only. After a second of hesitation, she cracked it open and gulped it down. He must have been talking about Deranged Detective. Oh, yeah, of course. That's where the bizarre adventures were. All right, negative delusion locked in. Damn it. Who the hell did you think she was, acting like such a goddamn princess? Sure, go ahead, drink so much cola that you destroy your stomach and get sent to the emergency room. Then you can finally relax and spend some time alone. If only that would actually happen. Is that what's actually about to happen? Is it? Oh. Suddenly, Nanami let out a groan, and as soon as she did, she dropped the bottle of soda, splashing cola everywhere. It spilled all over the manga magazines and CDs I'd left down there. What? Don't mess up my room, I was about to say, but then I realized what was happening. Yeah, good riddance. Nanami's eyes were shot wide open, and her hands were pressed against her neck. She looked as if she was in immense pain. Her mouth repeatedly flapped open and closed like a carp.
Nanami.
Wait, how do you crack open an already opened cola? I'm assuming it was a bottle, not like a can. She was vomiting blood. Red blood, actually. It was close to dark brown, splashed onto the floor, mixed with the spilled cola. Yeah, we just poisoned her. That's what you get, honestly. And then she lost her strength and collapsed. Her entire body convulsed as she writhed in agony. She clawed at her own neck with her fingernails. It's okay. It was just a prank. We just pranked her. We pranked her. We put some laxatives in it. This is gonna be epic. It was funny. Her leg spasms as she thrashed around on the floor. She didn't seem to care at all that this was her skirt. This was causing her skirt to flip up, exposing those panties. This might seem a little poor in taste, but when I saw the way she was acting, I thought that she looked like a fish on a chopping board. Deserved it? Yeah, for coming into my place, touching my shit, shitting on my life, drinking my cola. All right, I think she probably deserved it. Don't worry. I didn't know what to do. So I just covered my ears. But that didn't help. I could still hear my sister's dying screams. Before long, her face was completely covered in drool, blood, and tears. And her body finally stopped trembling.
Nanami.
I reluctantly tried calling out to her, but there was no response. She was just lying there, in a pretty compromising position. The smell of ammonia hit my nose. Had she pissed herself? Or had I? Gently, ever so gently, I poked her shoulder. She didn't move a muscle. Although I was a little scared, I gathered the courage to bring my ear near her lips. She wasn't breathing. She was dead. Nanami was dead. It was like she'd been poisoned, the kind of thing you'd see all the time on TV. And that was when it hit me. I must have poisoned my own cola to kill Nanami. I was sure of it. I was playing the long game. Why did I kill her? And then he breaks out of the delusion because he's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Gross. Obviously, it had been just another one of my delusions, but it still made me sick to my stomach. I don't think it definitely been a bit much. Sure, Nanami could be really annoying, but the delusion had been way too graphic. I should have just left her at 1 HP, not fucking one-shotted her. Video game terminology, to kill an enemy with a single attack. I'm glad we have that there in the dictionary.
どうしたの？
After finishing her cola, Nanami shot me a confused look.
なんか顔色悪いけど。
I just shook my head a little.
ごめん。
何が？
とにかくごめん。
Don't worry about what I'm sorry about. Even if it was just a delusion, I treated you horribly. I'm sorry. But that's only because I couldn't stand your bratty attitude. I ate so much that I took it out on you inside my head. Would it kill you to understand that?
別に謝らなくてもいいのに。ミルクティーがないくらいでナナ怒んないよ。それになんだかんだ言ってコーラも好きだし。
How do you like poison? Do you like poison? Suddenly saying sorry is the Canadian way. Listen. Wait. Did she just drink all my cola? I take back my apology. Nanami doesn't deserve it all. I hope she... Wait, what? I take back my apology. Nanami doesn't deserve it at all. I hope she gets her stomach torn open and bleeds out.
もう帰れよ。
Yeah, get the fuck out. You did your whole survival check thing, and now your job here is done, right? Why do you feel the need to barge in here every time?
お兄、冷たい。
Seemed like I'd managed to offend her somehow. She pursed her lips into a pout and glared at me. I was already done with her shit, though, so I looked away.
せっかく心配して様子を見に来てあげてるのに。お兄ってずっとここに引きこもって誰とも喋らずに一日を終えちゃうことだってあるんでしょ？女の子と話す機会だってどうせ全くないんだよね。
I talked to plenty of girls like Seiratan, Seiba, Cardcaptor Sakura, I think, is over there. Ignis-tan. Shut up. Stop making fun of me, you stupid bitch. I'm not into 3D girls, so why would I ever bother talking to them?
言ってみればお兄と話す女の子はナナだけってことじゃん。だからさ、もっとナナのこと大事に
Women
して
are
よ。
overrated.
そしたら女の子との接し方もちょっとは分かってくるはずだし。
While she was nagging, Nanami picked up one of my figures, Hikaru-tan, from the Suicide for Hikari, and started staring at it. Damn it, don't touch my waifus without asking. If you leave even a single fingerprint on her, I will actually beat the shit out of you. Oh, Jesus.
あとお兄は自分のことにもっと気を使って。こんなお人形さんにうつつを抜かしてる場合じゃないよ。ナナはお兄の死体の第一発見者になんかなりたくないからね。
Why you gotta give me that face when you say that shit? Why you gotta give me that face? What the hell was she trying to imply? It felt like she'd been becoming more and more like Mom lately, which meant that she'd become even more fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up!
いいから帰れよ。
そんなに帰れ言わないでよ。お兄のバカ。
Oni no baka!
まだこっちには用事が残ってるの。
Oh, jeez, you're not finished. Alright. She was getting more hysterical by the minute. If I made her any angrier, things would get out of hand. So chill out, me.
携帯買いに行こう。
What? A cell phone?
は
What did she just said?
お父さんがそうしろって。お兄が携帯持てばいつでも生存確認できるじゃん。
Does that mean you never have to fucking come over here?
お金はナナが預かってきたから今から買いに行こうよ。今時携帯持ってない人なんていないよ。時代に取り残されちゃうよ。
Everyone's got a cell phone these days. Come on, Oni-chan. Baka. Shut up already. You teenage trend-chasing bitch. I'm not the one who lives under a rock here, you wrong-sider. The internet gives me all the information I need. Santa, Jesse? Really? Science will bring me my presents. Well, she was right about one thing. These days, it was normal for a high school student to have a phone. And I didn't have one. Of course, that was because I never used it anyway. I didn't have anyone to call or text, and I didn't want to pay for something I wasn't going to use.
だから行こう。
Nanami put the figure back on the shelf and turned her attention back to me.
どうせお兄は機種とかわかんないだろうからナナと同じ機種にしちゃいなよ。
Yeah, I was definitely nervous about that. As she said that, she took her own phone out of her bag and started showing it off like it was some precious thing. Why didn't you just buy the phone and bring it to me? If that's what you really want to do. Yo, it's got the frog
これが
charm.
7の色が可愛いでしょ。
The color's quite cute, don't you think? That's a good CG.
ついでだからストラップも同じのあげるよ。
Can I get a frog charm too? The ghetto?
なんという手抜きキャラ。
What a lazy ass design. The character hanging from the phone trap was far from cute. It looked horrible. There was no way a professional had designed it. It looked like one of those shit tier, ugly cute characters, or like one of those official government mascots.
手抜きじゃないもん。ゲロカエルンはこういうデザインなの。
Oh, it's called Garo Froggy. Duh. How did I not know that? They're super in right now.
女子高生の流行なんて
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't know.
知ってるわけないか
I
ら。
wouldn't know.
そういうとこを直せば少しは女子と会話成立すると思うよ。きっと。
That's a bold assumption. God damn it, just shut the fuck up already, you trend chasing bitch. The fuck is this Garo Froggy shit? There's no way this thing is popular. Anyone with half a brain could tell you that. She didn't realize she was just being played by the media. It was honestly
っ
sad.
ていうか
Society, am I
ゲロ
right?
カエルンの話じゃなくて。
Anyways, this isn't about Garo Froggy.
いいから携帯買いに行こうよ。
Let's buy you a phone.
別にお揃いがいいとか言ってるわけじゃないからね。家族で同じ機種だと基本料金が割引されるサービスがあるからだよ。
Are you paying for all this, or do I have to pay for this shit? I don't want to pay for any of this.
家族で持ってないのはお兄だけなんだからね。
Even the dog has one? Do we have a dog? I don't want one.
なんで？お金はお父さん
Oh,
が出してくれ
well,
る
if
んだよ。
Dad's paying for it, why the fuck not?
必要ない。
It would be a nuisance, if anything. If I had a phone, Mom would definitely call every day. And if I kept ignoring those calls, they'd keep sending Little Miss Assassin Nanami over here to lay on the pressure. My life would become even more of a living hell, and I'd have to start being way more careful as a result. I couldn't let that happen.
もう信じらんないよこのバカ鬼。もう帰る。
Good, finally, we got what we wanted.
ああ、そうしてくれ。
Go on, bye. Bye, bitch. Oni-chan no baka. I opened the door for her to finally leave, but Nanami didn't budge an inch. She just shot her arms down to her sides, looking even more upset than before.
ほんとバカ。
ほんとバカ。
駅まで送ってくれるとかしてよ。
Alright,
嫌だね。
do I have to? She never acted like this before. Why did she suddenly want me to walk her to the station? What's so special about today?
だって最近殺人事件とか
A lot of
物騒だから
murders.
こういう場合心配するのが兄弟ってもんでしょ。
Yesterday's events were resurrected in my mind once again, if only for a second. I frantically shook my head, trying to get that gruesome scene out of my mind, and I just barely managed to.
どうでもいいし。
Either way, it wasn't like the new gen murderer was twisted enough to attack some brat like Nanami.
ありえない。ナナが死んでもいいって言うんだ。
Nanami was tearing up. It seemed like my words had really gotten to her. He serves you right. Maybe you should think twice about disturbing my peace and quiet next time. This is just my own way of taking a little revenge for once. Get fucked. Based.
バカ死んじゃえ。お兄なんか
Drop
猟
dead.
奇的に殺されちゃえ。
The freakiest of freak accidents ever? It's possible. It could happen. After spitting those parting words at me, Nanami pushed past me and ran away as fast as she could. Finally, freedom. Seiratan. Ah, seemed like the storm had finally passed. The room grew peaceful and quiet once again. This is how things should always be around here. My own perfect little world, where stupid bullshit wasn't allowed. I sat down in front of my PC, shaking my mouse a little to clear the Seiratan screensaver. I tried to take a sip of the cola bottle on my desk, but it was empty.
しまった。これ、ナナミがさっき飲んだやつだ。
Oh god. I just had an indirect kiss with my little sister. I'm gonna puke. Maybe if she was a little more charming, it wouldn't have been the kind of arrogate-like situation I could fap to. Oh, it would have been. It would have been the kind of arrogate-like situation I could fap to. But with that horrible personality, no chance. If anything, it only made me more flaccid. Thank you for that. Thank you for clarifying. He just really wants you to know. He just really wants to make it clear. Fuck. It's not even that he doesn't want to fuck his little sister. He's just like, just not her as she is. She's just annoying. Just annoying as shit. Just doesn't do it for me. Not my type. But he's not saying that he wouldn't fuck his sister, apparently. Or wouldn't, like, fap to it or whatever. I put the cap back on the bottle, and then threw it at the big garbage bag in the corner of my room. But it didn't go in the bag, instead bouncing off the wall and rolling under my bed. Well, whatever. Anyway, time to dive straight back into ESO. I just want to forget about the annoying real world ASAP. And most importantly, she can't murder him. True. But it wouldn't last long. Just one day later, my immersion would be broken once again. Why do we have to go to school? My mental state had been on the up and up lately, but the moment I stepped outside, it all came crashing down again. Damn it, why did I have to go to school today? It was so early.
なんで今日なんだよ。最低最悪だ。
It wasn't like I could just take the day off. If I did, my minimum attendance chart would get all thrown off, and then I wouldn't be able to graduate.
卒業って。何を卒業するって言うんだよ。
What am I graduating from, really? I was the one insisting on going through with it, but I still couldn't help but complain. As I approached the wealthy district of Matsunami, I finally realized I've been feeling a gaze for a while now. But this wasn't the usual god's gaze. It didn't feel like any shivers on the back of my neck. What? Hello? As I turned the corner, I took a quick look. I took a quick, tiny glance behind me, and I caught a glimpse of a girl wearing a Suimei uniform. No way. Was it the demon from yesterday? I instantly lost my composure. An extreme amount of tension overtook my body, and my walking became stilted. A moment ago, it was a quiet morning like any other, but now it felt like the entire world was out to get me. I could faintly hear the sound of birds chirping atop the phone lines, and I could also hear music from the morning news playing in nearby homes. In a peaceful scene like this, where crime would totally seem out of place, I came close to imagining myself getting brutally murdered. Okay, I needed to calm down. It wasn't like I'd clearly seen her face or anything, and there was nothing strange about seeing Suimei students walking behind me. We were headed for the same destination, after all. I'd be fine. Yeah, but she clearly ran around that corner as soon as we looked back, so... Even though school was straight ahead, I decided to take a hard right. I was worried about what could be behind me, but I desperately suppressed the urge to turn around. I needed to keep my cool and act natural. My heart was pounding, but I kept walking. I continued for about a minute or so until I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly turned around. But, bitch! I saw you! We made eye contact for a second time, but I panicked and turned back around. Why was she following me? This path was obviously the long way to school. That meant she had to be tailing me. Either way, I'd never seen her before. She definitely wasn't the demon from yesterday. That was for sure. She was wearing glasses, and the demon girl hadn't been. That fact alone was enough to calm me down. I decided to just head straight to school, and I had to skip my routine breakfast at the park because of it. But oh well.
女子 A め。
Girl A? Girl A? To me, you're just some background character. Pedestrian 1, or Girl A. So stay out of my way, goddammit. After I entered the school, Girl A disappeared. I'd expected her to continue tailing me, but instead she turned and headed towards the third-year classrooms. Maybe she was never tailing me in the first place. Maybe I was just overthinking it. But still, it was definitely weird that she'd taken the same detour that I had. Did she hate me for some reason? Had I done something to piss her off? I didn't think so. No, I couldn't have. I hardly ever went to school, and when I did, I tried to keep my presence very minimal. So then, what the hell was she trying to accomplish? Somehow, I managed to make it through the torture known as school. On my way back, I made it to my usual stop at Cafe. I took my seat in room 37. The nearby rooms were Why did I say slowly? It's normally. The nearby rooms were normally always empty, but surprisingly, that wasn't true today. There was someone in room 36. Their door was closed, but the light from the desk lamp leaked through the cracks. I couldn't help but click my tongue when I entered my room. Having someone sitting nearby posed a bit of a problem. Whenever I did things like chatting online, I had the tendency to talk to myself sometimes. Well, whatever. Time to just ignore it and log into ESO already. As long as I make a conscious effort to stay quiet, it really shouldn't be an issue.
だよこいつら
Immediately talks. Irritated, I slam my hands down on the keyboard. It had only been 2 hours since I started playing, and I was already this close to throwing myself off a cliff. The people I partied with today were total noobs. I've been trying my best to help them, but one of them went all Leroy Jenkins and just died repeatedly. Based? Then the other one was a mage, but he didn't cast any healing spells at all. As a result, we just kept getting full party wiped over and over again. And yet, instead of figuring out why it was happening, all they ever did was continue to piss and moan in the chat. Fuck these shitty players. I finally just lost it. I proceed to PK both of them, steal all their items, and instantly escape to another area? Yo, Giga Chad, Jesus. Everything Nineheart couldn't do, Lancelot could do without a second thought. This was exactly why I came all the way to At Cafe for. Foo-hee-hee-hee. Finally feeling a bit better, I breathed a sigh of relief and went to grab a drink. At Cafe had a bunch of all-you-can-drink soda fountains in the reception area. And related to that was the only bad thing about room 37. It was kind of far away from the reception area. When I left my room, the door to room 36 was open. Naturally, in order to make my way to the front, I had to go past it. Yo, they got the Garo Froggy straps too! Casually, I took a peek inside as I walked past, but there was nobody in there. Come to think of it, I had heard someone get up a moment ago. Your gaming privileges have been revoked, noobs. True. Get them out of here. Get PK'd, loser. We're Kirito 420-kun. And although there was no one there, I saw a bag on the ground next to the reclining chair. It looked like a school bag, and there were a few toy straps hanging from it. There were Garo Froggies, like the one Anami had shown me yesterday. There were 3 of them in total. I guess they were really popular. Well, whatever. It wasn't like I cared either way. Besides, if the person came back and caught me staring, they might have taken me for a pervert or a thief. Realizing that, I decided to just go get my drink. However, right as I went to leave, my eye caught a glimpse of the text on their monitor and I froze. All things new gen. And if that wasn't enough, it was written in the most sickening font, as if it was trying to freak me out. New gen. I've been deliberately avoiding any and all info about those cases. I really didn't want to know anything more about them. And as long as I kept avoiding them, I could keep telling myself that they had nothing to do with me. No, forget about that. More importantly, the customer next door to me was looking at a site lining out everything about New Gen. Was it just a coincidence, or did it mean something? For a moment, the face of the demon girl flashed through my mind, sending goosebumps across my entire body. I shook my head violently, trying to force those horrible thoughts away. I was just overthinking it. Yeah, I had to be. Nobody was out to get me. I was just being paranoid. New Gen was pretty much all the media talked about lately. By this point, anyone would be interested in it. That was all it was. Yep, no doubt about it. Anyway, I should go grab my drink already, and then get back to business. Alright, give me 1 second. I want to check something. Okay. 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 Alright, we're good. We're good. I can continue. Okay. I quickly placed my cup under the dispenser and pressed the cola button. Delicious, ice-cold cola started pouring out. Not poisoned. Not poisoned, by the way. It was getting dark outside, which meant the place was going to get really crowded soon. And the darker it got, the more people would show up. Oh, there was always a few customers standing by the front desk waiting to be shown the rooms. The darker it got, the more people would show up. In about an hour or so, all the rooms surrounding room 37 would fill up. Once that happened, it'd be time for me to head home. I took my cup and headed towards my seat. On the way, I casually glanced down the hall towards the bathrooms. That's when... You again? Girl A? I saw a girl's figure disappear into the corridor. She had been wearing a Suime uniform and had glasses on her face. I recognized her. It was the same girl that had been tailing me this morning. Girl A. I thought I might have been mistaken, so I hid beneath some bookshelves and looked towards the corridor for a while. But she never showed up again. It must have just been my imagination. Obviously. Delusions, am I right? Yeah, it had to have been. I'd only seen her for half a second after. After all. This place was typically swarming with Suime girls, and plenty of them wore glasses. But what if it had been Girl A? What if she was here? What would that mean? Was it just a coincidence, or had she followed me? I'm starting to get a little scared. I left the cafe and started rushing back to my base. In the end, my anxiety had been too much to handle, and I'd left almost immediately after I saw the girl. I wanted to get home as soon as possible, but the crowded sidewalks were slowing me down. I was feeling sicker and sicker by the minute. I hated crowds. I always felt like people were watching me and snickering. A red pedestrian signal stopped me in my tracks. As I waited for the light to change again, I couldn't help but take a quick look around. I didn't see Girl A anywhere. As soon as I reached the top of Dongenzaka, walking got a lot easier. Usually I would take the least crowded way back, but after what happened 2 nights ago, I figured I should stick to the main streets, just to be safe. I was stuck in a red light, green light again. Why did I say that? That's not at all what that said. I was stuck in a red light again, so I took another look behind me, but Girl A was still nowhere to be found. The girl I'd seen at Cafe might have been a different person after all. Feeling a bit relieved, I let my tense shoulders relax a little, and then turned back around. There she is. Happy delusion? Sad delusion? Negative delusion? Well, we did no delusion. We did negative delusion. We gotta do happy delusion now. We gotta do positive. We gotta do a nice delusion. Shocked, I took a step back. On the other side of the crosswalk, standing among the crowd, waiting for the light to change, was the girl. And to make matters worse, the gaze beyond those glasses was clearly pointed straight at me. She didn't even try to look away. Her eyes were so intense, it was as if they were urging me to do something. Alright, we're locked in, gamers. Green light. Pedestrian signal turned green. Girl A and the rest of the crowd started walking forward. She was coming my way. I couldn't move. I was absolutely petrified. She didn't look away from me, not even for a second. She just kept drawing closer and closer. Oh god, everything's getting all warped. Until she stopped right in front of me. My instincts were telling me to run. Yet for some reason, I couldn't move an inch. I felt like my consciousness had left my body. The girl reached her hand into her jacket, aiming for one of her inner pockets. Her motion seemed deliberate, as if she wanted me to see what she was doing. Was she going for a knife? A pistol? Stun gun? Maybe I just watched too much TV, but I had a bad feeling that I just couldn't shake. Girl A began to whisper something. The gaze deep beneath her glasses was unflinching. She'd been staring straight into my eyes for what felt like an eternity. Oh.
Huh?
She held out something to me. A Stu 90? Oh. Oh, that was all. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I took the ID without much thought. The second I opened it, I saw my own name and photo. The ID was mine. Oh, she's smiling now too. Yeah, that's me. I'm Takumi. Fuhihihi. Her expression had been stone cold until just a second ago, was now beginning to relax a little.
勝手に中身を見ちゃって。私も同じ学校なんです。
You didn't have to peek at my ID to notice that. We're wearing the same fucking uniforms here, but...
よろしく。
Yoroshiku. Well, that was anticlimactic. Guess my paranoia had been screwing with me after all, huh?
ところで、西条くんは付き合ってる人。
We're so in? We're so in?
いません。
No, not at all.
本当ですか？
Not at all, actually.
じゃあよかったら私と。
We're so in? I don't like the look in her eyes, though. I don't like that look. A flag! Time for my new life as a normie to finally begin! Normie. People who find happiness and fulfillment in the real world. Markers of a normie include having a lot of friends, having a girlfriend or a boyfriend, participating in club and or school activities, going to parties, etc. Wow, we got the normie end. Wasn't that simple, sadly. I suddenly snapped out of it. The pedestrian signal, which I thought had turned green, was still red, and Girl A, who should have been right in front of me, was now back on the other side of the street. Had that all been just a delusion? This time, the pedestrian signal actually turned green. All the pedestrians started crossing at once. I couldn't move, and Girl A didn't either. She just stood there, staring me down from a distance. We were the only ones standing still, as if time had frozen for just the two of us. Why was the girl in glasses not crossing the street? Why was she just standing there? Menacingly. It was strange, really. Really, really strange. I need to stay away from her. I should just run. As he took another step towards her. I'll just run straight home. Run! Whipping my weak, withering heart into shape, I broke into a sprint. I ran back and down Dogenzaka, trying to put as much distance between me and Girl A as I could. On the way, I turned to enter a back alley. Is it the same one as before? And right as I did, I crashed into something and toppled over. Pain shot throughout my body. I groaned, not fully understanding what had just happened. The pain was so bad, I could hardly stand it. Motorcycle. Looking up, I saw a big motor scooter lying on the ground. That must have been what I'd run into. I gritted my teeth and tried to force myself to my feet, but my legs just weren't able to hold me up. Well, it didn't seem like I'd broken any bones, at least.
大丈夫ですか?
Oh, shit. She caught up to us. I was sprinting away from you before I knew it. But then again, I'm also a gamer, so I probably didn't go very far. Before I knew it, Girl A was right in front of me. She was peering into my face, eyes full of concern. What the hell was up with this girl? My body wouldn't move. As pathetic as it sounds, I was scared shitless. I had no idea what to do. My plan had been to catch a train ride to Shinsen and get home that way. But now I was starting to regret my life choices.
怪我してま
Girl A asked me timidly. Was she acting all worried so I could drop my guard? You won't fool me. I won't fall for your tricks, you 3D wench.
なんなんだよ。ついてくるなよ。僕に何の用だ。
Panicking, I lashed out at Girl A, who just stood there in surprise. I tried scuttling backwards to make some distance, but I was still flat on my ass. If I didn't get away from her, she'd reach into her pocket, pull out a knife, and jump me. That was my thought process, anyway. That gruesome scene flashed through my mind over and over. All I can think was, that's how I'll end up. Listen, I would make fun of the fact that he just assumed this girl is immediately about to murder him, but he did witness another girl from his school brutally murder someone, so it's reasonable. Yeah, I just find it funny at first to just assume all the schoolgirls in your area are trying to murder you, and that's why he likes 2D more than 3D. But The girl hung her head, looking a little
え
hurt.
っとあのあなたが急に走り出して様子を見に来たら倒れてたので心配で
Don't fucking lie to me, Walt. Don't lie to me, Walt. You were
今は
following me this
命とかあ
morning.
るわけじゃないんですがその
She didn't want anything from me? What? That didn't make any sense.
じゃあなんで付きまとってくるんだ。
それは
She was getting flustered. I just couldn't get over how suspicious she was acting. A little sus. Don't lie to me, Walt, you sussy baka.
私楠木優愛って言います。
Okay. Hello, Yua. Nobody had asked her to, but she suddenly started introducing herself anyway.
実はあなたのこと一目見てなんとなく存在が気になって
We're so in?
それでつい
What can I say? The ladies, they just get one glimpse at old Neidhart over here, okay? Epic, ESO, gamer, and they just can't help it. They just can't help but fall for me and stalk me. It's instinctive. What can I say? My popular times, you know? Fuhihihi.
ごめんなさい。
Oh wait, wait. What? She just instinctively started stalking me? The girl whose name was Yua, apparently, kept lowering her gaze as she talked. She bowed her head vigorously. There's no way. That was the only thing on my mind. Taking another look at her, this Yua girl was pretty cute. I had to give her that much at least. But that was exactly why I couldn't trust her. A 3D girl who wanted to interact with me? With good intentions? No. Too good to be true. What kind of eroge was this? My whole life, nobody had ever said anything like that to me. There was no way I could take her. I could take her. There was no way I could take her confession seriously. It was just way too out of left field. What, did she think I'd just be jumping for joy or something? Did she forget she'd been stalking me until just now? Sure, that kind of thing might work in the 2D world, but IRL, it was a certified boner killer. Also, this whole situation was really embarrassing. All I wanted was to get out of here ASAP. Just talking to her made me anxious. 3D really was total dog shit.
僕は
Not into that.
3次元に興味はないよ。
No, not into that shit.
いやめ
You're I always stuttered when I tried to say something harsh. But I had to be clear. Don't follow me anymore. I don't like it.
迷惑だよ。付きまとわないでよ。
すいません。
Yeah, what did you think was gonna happen here, girl? She sure looked disheartened. Maybe she'd actually meant it. No, don't fall for it. You can't trust anything about 3D women. You can only trust 2D. You can trust Saratan far more than this harlot.
もう
God
つ
damn.
いてこないでね。
Just don't follow me anymore. I'm gonna go now.
帰るから。
I'm outie. As I mumbled incoherently, I tried as hard as I could stand up, but I struggled. My body was still hurting all over the place. My collarbone in particular was being a real bitch. Wait, hold on, just to check. I changed the title of my stream, right? We are in Chaos I Know. Okay, good. I had to make sure to check. The pain was making me feel kind of dizzy. I might have hit my head when I'd fallen down earlier. Oh, I need to click back into the game. I almost fell over again, but Yua caught my hand and stopped me.
怪我してるんですね。手貸します。
Don't get away from me, stalker. I tried really hard not to make eye contact. I could feel my face turning bright red. She'd definitely make fun of me if she noticed, so I turned away and forcefully shook her hand off. My mind was totally blank. I'd hardly, if ever, touched a female before. Except family members, of course. My heart was beating out of my chest.
お家まで送ります。あなたが怪我したのは私が つきまとっちゃったせいですから。だから送らせてください。
I felt really happy when you asked me that. I wasn't really used to being treated kindly by others. Every other 3D woman I had interacted with before was utterly vile, but this girl? I was actually starting to warm up to her a bit. It's kind of based, actually. It was actually nice. But I didn't have the courage to look her straight in the eye. I mean, she had been stalking me, and she also might have been related to the demon girl, and I didn't want to die. All sorts of thoughts flew through my head, but I couldn't focus on any single one of them. My mind was a total blur.
お家どこですか？
Oh, you'd like to know that, wouldn't you, stalker?
シンセン。
Shinsei?
深セン？
God damn, you're not supposed to tell her where you live. She was your stalker. What are you doing, bro? I nodded before instantly regretting it. Why the hell had I told her that? Was I expecting something to happen if I did? This had to be one of my delusions. Maybe karma had put me on a lucky streak, just so it could come to beat me down later. You saw that cliche all the time in anime. This must have been some sort of death flag. Death flag. Metafiction term. When a character triggers a death flag, they have said or done something that foreshadows their death. A common way to trigger a death flag is to make a promise on the eve of a climactic battle. For example, when this war is over, I'm gonna get married. It's a pretty good example. Oh God, 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 oh God. Before I knew it, Yua was trying her best to prop me up with her shoulders. Her soft body was tightly pressed against mine, and I could smell a sweet scent coming from her long hair. This couldn't be real. There was no way a 3D girl was being this nice to me.
歩けますか？
I nodded in response.
じゃあ行きましょう。
Her voice almost sounded nervous. Then, with my head pointed down at the ground, I slowly started to walk. She'd done so much for me at this point. I couldn't turn her down to shake her off anymore. I was out of options. I just had to let her do as she pleased, leaning on my delicate shoulder for support. The two of us got moving. Neither of us said a word until we reached the building where my base was located. After all, there was no way I could hold a half-decent conversation with a girl, let alone one I didn't know. I knew that the second I'd bring up anime or video games, she'd automatically go, ew, what a freak, just like every other 3D girl. She wouldn't even bother listening or trying to understand. From my point of view, there was just no point in talking to bitches like that. Oh my God.
ここでもういいかな。
Yeah, get the fuck out of here now, stalker. That grumble was about all I could muster, and I looked at Yua to make sure she understood it. She gave me a gentle nod in response, then removed her arm from under me. I was still a little unstable, but I managed to stay upright.
やっぱりその
Yeah,
お部屋までついてい
you'd
きま
like
しょう
that,
か？
wouldn't you, stalker? I completely ignored her suggestion to walk towards the lobby. Well, I say lobby, but it was really just a narrow entryway to the elevator hall. Still, the moment I lifted my foot to start climbing the small staircase leading up to it, a sharp pain ran through me, and I nearly fell over again.
大丈夫ですか？
No, apparently not at all. Yua rushed over to support me. Damn it, why was she still here?
やっぱり部屋まで送ります。
Won't let you
絶
down.
対送りますから。
Alright, we're going. Sounded almost desperate. I hate to admit it, but Yua had been a huge help, and in the end she had taken me all the way back to my base. To get there, first we had to go all the way up to the 8th floor, then take a steep flight of emergency stairs to the roof. In my current state, there was no way I could have ever possibly managed that alone. Yua wasn't strong in any sense of the word. She was very clearly running on fumes, and yet she had helped me up the stairs as if her life depended on it.
こんなところに住んでるんですね。
Alright, you don't need to say it like that. I know, it's a sick place, okay? It's pretty sick bachelor pad, I must say. It's pretty nifty. You don't have to say it like that though. Alright. You don't have to word it like, you live like this, bitch, goddamn. You don't have to word it like that. I know it's sick. I know it's cool. You don't have to, you know. Yua was left speechless when she saw my container house. No surprise there. Normal people probably would never believe someone could live in a container.
なんかその憧れます。
See, she gets it. Or just built different.
アウトローな感じがしていいですよね。
Yeah, she gets it. She gets it. I never thought she'd say something like that. Was she just trying to flatter me or something? You won't fool me, wench. I will never fall for your 3D girl tricks. With Yua still propping me up, we walked up to the container door, removed the padlock, and stepped inside. Whew. I was finally back. Today was another total catastrophe. This is why you really shouldn't beat staying indoors. Or, this is why you really couldn't beat staying indoors.
電気のスイッチはどこに？
Did she really not have any shame? Just coming into my room like this? I mean, to be fair, she had brought me all the way up here on her shoulder. But I really didn't want her seeing the rest of the room if I could help it. I mean, I had dozens upon dozens of figures lined up on my shelves, piles of arrogate boxes on my bed, and trash all over the floor.
もういいから
Yeah, get out.
話して。
Get out. After I said that, I waited for Yua to let go of me, but she didn't budge.
床すごく散らかってじゃなくて歩きにくいと思うんですけど。
Alright, you don't gotta say it like that.
絶対危ないです。
Okay, alright.
ソファー
gonna
ま
be
で行
like
きましょう。そこで話しますから。
In the end, I just kept on doing whatever she said. The couch was covered in CDs and magazines, but Yua quickly cleared them out of the way, as quickly as she could, while still holding me up anyway. And as soon as she was finished, I sat right down. Man, she's just so sweet and caring. Wait, what am I saying? I'm not gonna fall for that. I'm not gonna fall for it. I'm not.
平気ですか？
うん。
The two of us were all alone in the room. It was almost pitch black, save for the tiny bit of moonlight shining through the open doorway. As a result, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Yua had on her face. On the bright side, though, hearing a girl breathing in the dark was pretty hot. Come to think of it, it was the first time anyone aside from my little sister had ever seen my room, which meant it was the first time I had had an actual girl here. If this were a game, then I would have tripped some sort of flag. After that, soon enough, the mood would have turned romantic, and before we knew it, we'd be all over each other. All over. That said, I wasn't expecting anything like that. Reality was complete and utter shit. It was nothing like the 2D world, and besides, this Yua girl wasn't normal. She was a stalker. So yeah. Wait, why was she still here? How long was she planning on staying? Her job was done, so shouldn't she be leaving now? That was when it hit me. Wait, no. Was her plan to get me alone in an isolated spot to do something horrible to me?
明かりのスイッチは。
パソコンの。
You seriously, the only light source is all the way down at the PC? Bro, have you seen the fucking floor? You designed this place where the only light is on your desk? At the end of this? With all the shit that you have on the ground?
パソコン？
The only light source in the room was the desk lamp by my PC. I wanted to tell her to turn that lamp on, but I just couldn't get the words out.
そうか。あのデスクライトですね。
うん。
Yua carefully made her way over to my computer desk, avoiding all the garbage by her feet, then turned on the lamp. Then, there was light. The darkness had put all sorts of embarrassing ideas and delusions in my head, and now that I could see Yua's face clearly, all those fantasies made it hard to look her in the eye without getting more embarrassed than I already was. Panicked, I couldn't get any words out, so I just kept my head down. She shouted so suddenly that goosebumps shot across my skin. Her gaze was pointed straight at Saratan, the Saratan figure next to my monitor, who was striking her favorite sexy pose.
これってプラチューのセイラちゃんですよね。
She knows? We're so in, boys. We're so in.
知ってるの？
はい。 ブラチューは大好きで毎週見てます。
Wife. You wife her. You wife her right there. She's wife.
へえ。
セイラ
It's
ちゃんがお
over.
好きなんですね。私もヒロインの中では彼女が一番好きなんですよ。衣装も可愛いですし。
So true. So true. Her voice was full of joy. She was clearly speaking genuinely. There was no way she was just trying to trick me. Who'd have thought? Could you be a...
不女子。
Could she be? Fujoshi. A term for a female otaku with a particular interest in yaoi, or works of fiction that depict homosexual relationships between men. Does not apply to female otaku as a whole.
あ、うん。
Nothing. Don't worry about it. W her is. Me and the girl I picked up by being a delusional freak. Otaku. It's just that easy. It all comes easy. What can I say? Well, maybe she just liked the anime.
あれ、
Or maybe she just
フィ
liked
ギ
the
ュア
anime.
って言うんですよね。ちょっと見せてもらってもいいですか？
Be very careful.
すみません。ずうずうしいこと言っちゃって。
Yeah, get the fuck out. She bowed repeatedly, clearly flustered.
見ていいよ。
Oh? Oh? And by getting hit by a motorcycle, true. Well, I couldn't say I didn't enjoy her laying the praise on my waifu, so I might as well be a little nice to her.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
Yua took Sarah in her hand and started inspecting her closely.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バー
It's
ジ
the
ョンなんだ。
pre-awakening version, of course.
セーラフィギュアはいくつか種類が出てるけど、最初に出たやつ。
This is the very first one.
へえ。
あんまりクオリティは高くないよ。顔とか微妙に崩れてるし、ポーズも平凡すぎてあんまりエロくないし。
Can't make her look very sexy at all, but he found a way.
でも服の胸元部分をキャストオフできるのは今のところそれだけなんだ。
The clothes around her boobs are removable. It's a cast-off figure. A specification that allows for nudity or semi-nudity in figures by designing certain parts, such as clothing, to be easily removable. The specification originated in 2006 and has only gotten more and more popular since.
胸元？
Yeah. Is there a problem?
ちなみに僕は
Oh,
セーラフィギュア
by the
は
way,
4種類全部
anyways.
揃えてるよ。そっちの棚に制服バージョンとメイドバージョン、あと水着バージョンがある。
We've got the pre-awakening. We got the uniform. We got the maid. We got the swimsuit. What don't we got?
そんなに種類が。すごいですね。
一番評価が高いのはメイドバージョンなんだけど、
Yeah, of
個
course,
人的には
naturally.
水着バージョンも悪くないよ。
But only if the swimsuit version also has glasses, as we learned.
そうなんですか。見てみたいですね。でもちょっと暗くて。
もうすぐアルファから待望の覚醒後バージョンが出てるんだ
Oh
けど、
my god, he's
これは
geeking
かなり
out.
クオリティ高そう
He's
なんだ。
geeking out.
キャストオフの胸元だけじゃなくてほぼ全身可能だっていうし、表情もポーズも質感も言うことなしだね。
Oh?
あとはカラーさえバッチ
Is
リ
that
な
allowed?
今年発売されたフィギュアの中でも MVP 候補だよ。
Figure of the year.
メーカーだよ、フィギュアの。
なるほど。
Suddenly realizing what I'd done, I clamped my mouth shut. I'd been rambling on for way too long. I'd gone off on a tangent about goddamn anime girl figures, removable pieces, sexy poses. I bet I looked like a total idiot to Yua. I wanted to know what sort of face she was making, but I couldn't bring myself to look at her. Either way, though, it was obvious she must have thought I was total human trash. I started panicking. My heart was beating out of my chest. I tried to avert my gaze as far as I could.
あの
But that's when she called out to me, and I reflexively turned back to look at her. Her expression, it wasn't actually full of horror and disgust like I expected.
さっき言っていた戦闘バージョンとかメイドバージョンも見せてもらっていいですか？
We're so in there, boys?
うん。そっちの棚に。
I was totally baffled. There wasn't a hint of anything on her face other than a wide, bright smile.
すごいですね。こんなにたくさん。
In fact, her eyes were sparkling as she looked at my shelves, full of figures. No way. Were there actually 3D women that weren't disgusted by this stuff? It must have been a 1 in a billion chance. But I suppose there were billions of people in the world.
メイドセーラちゃんってこれですね。ふむふむ。アニメの印象とはちょっと違うけど、
She
すごく
gets
可愛い
it.
です。
You get it. You get it.
下着までちゃんと作り込んであるんだ。こういうの実物で見たのは初めてですけど、いいですね。私も買ってみようかな。
だったら覚醒後バージョンを
Yeah, you gotta get the post-awakening version.
あれは
That's what I would
絶対おすすめ
say.
だから
You gotta get that one.
そうですね。あなたの話を聞いていたら、その覚醒後バージョンは本気で欲しくなりました。覚醒後って12話のあのシーンのことですよね。
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
よく
Yeah.
知ってますな、お主。かな
Oh,
りの
you know
いい
your
ですな
stuff, dear lady. Must be quite the fan.
特にあの時の覚醒シーンは毎日録画したものを見返してます。
She gets it.
あのシーンって演出と作画宮地なんだ。だからクオリティ高くて当然。
Okay, that's fucking nerd. Sakuga nerd over here.
そういう神クリエイターがいるんだ。あの人の演出はマジで神だ。
Kami
アット
creator.
ちゃんの実況版でも神来たってなるし。
Totally god tier.
そうなんですか。すごく知識が豊富なんですね。私、スタッフが誰かなんてまるで気にしてませんでした。
監督と演出と脚本はチェックしとくといいよ。特に新作なんかはそれを調べるだけで内容の良し悪しが大体予測できるし。
That's true. That's true. Check out the director, the producer, scenario writer, and you get a pretty good idea.
わかりました。今度からそうしてみますね。
As Yua said that, she turned to face me with another lovely smile. I made a girl smile. I never thought I'd see this kind of eroge stuff happen IRL, let alone to me. Usually 3D women, including my little sister, only ever smiled when they were making fun of me. There had to be some kind of catch. There was just no other explanation. I couldn't forget what Saratan had told me. Till then, you can't trust anyone. Don't listen to anything that anyone says.
え、
こんなこと聞いていいかどうかわからないんですけど。
何？
Yua got all shy out of nowhere. She was looking down and avoiding eye
聞か
contact.
せてもらってもいいでしょうか。あなたのお名前。
You've been stalking me? You don't even know my name? Came to my place, don't even know my name?
名前？
Now that she'd mentioned it, you had introduced herself to me, but I never returned the favor.
西條匠。
That's me. I was a little embarrassed, so I ended up weakly mumbling it out.
西條匠くんですね。何年生？
あ、2年。
Second year.
私は3年。私の方が年上さんですね。
Yo? Oh, shit. Delusion time? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. What's the delusion? Oh, man, I was getting dizzy from just how moe that sounded. Do we go in there? Or do we assume she's gonna fucking murder us? Do we get a girlfriend, or do we become a murderer? Or does she become a murderer? I think we see what happens. I think we see. Play it straight? You mean no delusion? That's not as fun. We gotta be all about delusions, come on. Could you be the kind older sister type? Damn it, trying to seduce me and shit. This one was dangerous. She must be up to something.
それで西條くんにお願いがあるんです。
Crust? Seriously? We're locked in.
私、あなたのことが好きなんです。
The speed run is insane, actually.
ずっと西条くんのこと、
Alright, well, that's a little creepy. That's a little creepy, but...
もう、見てるだけじゃ嫌なんです。
Yua's face turned bright red, and right after her sudden confession, she abruptly started... Whoa. Whoa now. Whoa now. Whoa now. Whoa now. I don't know how intense this is gonna look. Hold on. I mean, you don't see anything right now, at least. Wait, where did it go? Oh. I was so bewildered, I could hardly bring myself to even peek at her. But when I did, I noticed she wasn't just taking off her top, but also her skirt. Her underwear flickered in and out of sight from beneath the hem of her blouse. It was black. Being so bold, despite being clearly embarrassed, sure, it was a huge turn-on for me, but things were happening so suddenly, my mind couldn't keep up. It took all my strength just to swallow the saliva that built up in my mouth. Next, Yua started fiddling with the buttons on her blouse. She was undoing them one by... Oh, she's wearing a swimsuit, right? Is it going to be the swimsuit mean? Glasses and the swimsuit? But there's not going to be a name tag because we said we didn't care about that? Is there going to be some shit like that? Then, instead of trying to tease me, she slowly, ever so softly, dropped her blouse to the floor. And for some reason underneath it, she's wearing a competition swimsuit. She's that much of my stalker. She knew. My answers online. It was a high-leg swimsuit, and it was skin-tight. With the way it pressed in on her body, a little bit of her thighs spilled out over the edges. So those dark-covered panties I'd caught glimpses of earlier were actually a swimsuit? Man, how did a girl this timid have boobs this huge? And another thing, she didn't take her knee-high socks off. Good job, Yua. GJ. Good job. That's the right choice. Yeah, short for good job. Using the internet as a expression of admiration for a job well done. Wow, thanks for that. But... Oh, yeah, we got the glasses. Okay, let's calm down now. Let's calm down. Alright, calm down, calm down. I know I'm hot shit, but let's relax. I was speechless. It was pretty strange for a 3D girl to say all this stuff to a guy she just met. No sane girl would do that. Sure, it was sexy, but it wasn't even remotely moe. He really said this is mid. This is just mid. My sense of reason threatened to completely shatter right there and then, and I struggled desperately to keep it contained. We refused. JoJo reference. Kotowaru. Daga kotowaru. While I was lost in my usual delusions, Yua suddenly had a huge fall and landed flat on her rear. She rubbed her butt while on the verge of tears. What? Get the fuck out of my container right now. Breaking my goddamn eroge. Yeah, you better. No, it's not fine. Don't lie to her. Just get out of here already. You've done enough. And what the hell was that request you mentioned earlier? Yua started cleaning up the trash and CD cases lying on the floor, even though I told her she didn't have to. She looked so apologetic. It almost made me feel guilty, like I had done something wrong. With the way she just instantly started cleaning up and thoroughly at that, she reminded me somewhat of my mom. Not caring in the slightest about what may cause problems for other people, rushing straight into doing whatever she pleased, you know, the typical meddler. In that case, I should probably start helping her, shouldn't I? We'd both reach for a piece of trash at the same time, our hands would touch, and we'd both say, ah. Then we'd stare into each other's eyes, just soaking in the glow of the moment, right? Wrong. The fuck do you think this is? Some kind of rom-com? No way in hell was I helping her. While in the middle of piling up magazines, Yua suddenly stopped. Her back was turned, so I couldn't tell what she'd pick up. Don't mind me. What was she getting so nervous about? Something about it made me suspicious. Come to think of it, she was essentially ransacking my room at this point. What if she was trying to steal something? Maybe she was thinking that I had so many figures, I wouldn't notice if one went missing. But little did she know, she was dead wrong. I had perfectly memorized every single waifu on that shelf. If even a single one went missing, I'd be able to tell in a nanosecond.
フィギュアには触らないでね。
はい。いえ、違うんです。
Don't touch my shit.
そのブラチューの同人誌っていうんですか？それが落ちてまして。
Oh, she's read my doujinshi? My blood-tuned doujins? Shit. They're all porn.
すごかったのでびっくりしました。
This is awkward.
勝手に見ないでよ。
すいません。
Yeah. Yua began tidying up again, nervous as ever. Shortly after, she quickly cleared a space to sit down, and then turned towards me.
それで、
Yeah, what's up? What do you want? Finally. I gulped and instinctively braced myself for
さ
impact.
っき言ったフィギュアの予約、一緒に行ってもらえませんか？
Date? Date します？
私、そういうアニメショップみたいなところって
An anime shop?
行ったことなくて。で、私、なんだかすごくぶしつけなお願いしてますよね。すいません。私のせいで西条くんは怪我をしたのに。
This was some dangerous territory. I couldn't afford to just blurt out an answer. On one hand, Yua and I had similar interests. Hell, she was even a fan of Seira. She also seemed very interested in what I had to say, which meant she was someone I could get along with as an otaku. But on the other hand, it had to be some sort of trap. There was just no way in hell something like this, something so perfect, would actually happen to me in real life. It was an arrogant cliche, nothing more. I couldn't let 3D corrupt me. Think, Takumi, think. What the hell could Yua's true goal be?
すいません。今のお願いは忘れてください。私、西条くんがいろいろ話してくれるのが、嬉しくて。
Yua sat there with her head hung low. Pretty much every 3D girl ever was insanely full of themselves, and meanwhile this girl was remarkably timid. And there was no way a 3D girl could be so pretty and have such a cute personality. Everyone knew that, meaning she had to be faking it, obviously. I'd turn her down. I'd gather all my strength, all the power vested in me as a man, and shoot her down. As Yua looked back up at me, I saw tears welling up behind her glasses. Wait, was she crying? Was it because I wasn't saying anything? I just made her cry? Oh no, give me a break. What a life or death situation. I never experienced anything like this outside of video games. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I was even starting to feel a little guilty. They say that women weaponize their tears, but only now was that really starting to ring true for me. Honestly, I had absolutely no clue how to deal with it. I was getting more and more nervous by the second. We could go together, I tried to say, but ultimately I couldn't bring myself to. Because if I did, surely she'd say something like, "Ew, this dumbass actually took it seriously, what a freak." You really think that at this point, dude? Come on. Well, it was a persecution, call it a persecution complex, but that was how I felt. I just couldn't do it.
無理してくれなくていいです。私のわがままに西条くんを付き合わせるのは良くないですし。
Don't sniffle at me like that. Her eyes seemed even more wet than before. I saw a single tear dripping out from the corner of her eye.
行くよ。
え？
言ってもらえるんですか？
I had no choice but to nod. I couldn't think of any other way to make her stop crying. Still, it felt like I was stepping right into a trap. Yua seemed incredibly relieved. She took a deep breath, took off her glasses, and wiped away her tears.
断られて当然だと思ってたのに。西条くん、ありがとうございます。
Anything for you. Huh? She was thanking me? Seemed like I'd been able to stop her from completely breaking down. Maybe I should be the one thanking her. Shit, how did I get myself into such a mess? Goddamn 3D women. You can never let your guard down around them.
行くとしたらいつがいいでしょう。
Hold on. Where the hell had her sad-looking expression gone? Only a second had passed. She was already looking happy as a clam. Those really were crocodile tears, weren't they? If so, she should win a fucking Academy Award.
セイラちゃんの新しいフィギュアはもうすぐ発売なんですよね。
うん。きっとすぐに完売しちゃうだろうね。
I think.
だったら早めに行った方が良さそうですね。明日とか。
According to my schedule, I need to go to school tomorrow. That made it 3 times total this week. Then, the week after, I only had to go twice. I had a feeling that tomorrow was going to suck even more than usual, but I'd already told Yua I'd go with her. If I try and change my mind now, she'd start the waterworks all over again. I really had no choice here, huh?
Look.
I was incredibly reluctant, but still, I agreed. Yua seemed happy to hear that. But she couldn't fool me with that face of
西
hers.
条くんは何組？明日放課後に迎えに行きますよ。
B 組。
B 組。
2年 B 組ですね。じゃあ授業が終わったら待っててください。
I nodded quickly in response, hoping that'd make her leave faster. Wait, I just made a promise to hang out with a girl? Was this a dream? A delusion? I pinched my cheek to test the theory. It definitely hurt.
それじゃあ長い間お邪魔しちゃってすいませんでした。足もし痛かったらお医者さんに行ってくださいね。
Boys, we are so in.
うん。
I sat on the couch and watched Yua leave. She turned around and waved goodbye, and then exited out the front door. Could you really call it a door? Or could you really call it the front door? It's the shipping container door, but alright.
西条くん、また明日。
We say the front door as if there's a back door here. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Nichijou. And then everything went silent.
だってさ。しかも手を振ったりして。
She even waved goodbye. I don't fully understand what's happening, but I'm interested. Welcome, Skitten. Welcome. We're reading a visual novel called Chaos Head. Our dude is a crazy person who lives in a shipping container and has a shit ton of anime figures. He's a celebrity on this online MMO he plays called ESO. All right. And there's murders happening in the city, but that's whatever. We don't worry about that. We actually saw one of the murders, but don't worry about that. Apparently we just met this girl who was stalking us, and now she wants to go on a date with us to buy a figure with her. So I think we're pretty much good. Also, we can choose to experience delusions. Don't worry about that. The bitch is definitely falling for me. Don't doubt about it. Just every time I see Fuhihihi, and you can hear him do the laugh too, right? It's just so fucking dumb.
まあ、付き合うか付き合わないか僕に選択肢があるわけだし、あの女を情け容赦なく振ってやるさ。お前は僕の女にふさわしくない。セイラよりいい女になって出直してこい。まあ、一生無理だけどな。何しろセイラは永遠の17歳だからな。
Never. Never. You can't beat Saratan. You can't beat her. You can't beat her. There's no way any girl could ever be better than Saratan. I picked up the Sarah figure and rubbed her against my cheek, and Saratan couldn't have looked happier. Back to school. Fuck me, dude. God damn.
ちゃんとノート書いておけよ。今日はここまで。
That's all for today. All right.
ねえ
The math teacher... Wait, what was his name again? Well, whatever. The teacher left the classroom, and that was the end of classes for the day. Some students started chatting about where they'd go after school. Those who were in clubs gathered with their fellow members and headed for the club rooms, and the rest were just getting ready to go home ASAP. I was in the last camp. As soon as the bell rang, I was always the first to pack up and leave. But today I stayed glued to my seat, trying to avoid eye contact with any of my classmates. My anxiety was killing me. After all, my date with Yua was very soon. Any normal non-Vidya obsessed person would have been losing their mind to have a date with a girl planned. What's Vidya? It just defines it as short for video games, typically used in message boards such as @channel. Okay. We're really just going to define even things like that. It just, just for the people who don't know these things. But this was me we were talking about, and I couldn't feel any more depressed. I couldn't relax at all. I was feeling physically sick. This would be the first time I'd ever gone on a date with a girl, so I had no clue what to do. Besides, would Yua even show up? Maybe she'd been fucking with me yesterday, and she was planning on standing me up. She was probably watching from the shadows right now, giggling at how gullible I was. Well, now that I thought about it, that honestly might be better than her actual showing up. Wait, did I really have to just sit around waiting? I mean, I could just blow her off and go home. Alright, it's settled. Time to head home. Based. We were in different grades anyway, so if I just canceled our day at the last minute, I'd never have to see her again for the rest of my life. Fully determined to follow through with that plan, I stood up. This fucking guy. I forgot about him. Out of nowhere, my back fell victim to a hard slap. I knew who was behind me without even looking. The only guy in class who ever talked to me. None other than Misumi-kun.
お前帰らないのか？いつもならチャイムが鳴ると同時に消えるのによ。俺密かに匠の音速直帰って名付けてたんだぜ。
The Takumi supersonic split. Listen, I'm just famous for it.
誰か待ってるとか。
Well, not anymore, actually. How the hell did he know?
なんだよ、図星かよ。
どうして？
なんだかやけにそわそわしてたからな。教室の入り口をさっきから何度も。
Alright, well that makes it pretty obvious, actually. Tucker heard you pulled some bitches recently. Listen, he just knows everything that's going on with the ladies at the school, okay? He just knows. What did he say? He's already scored with like all the chicks in this class, or he's about to finish scoring with all the chicks in this class, and now he's moving on to the next one, okay? So he just knows everything that's going on with that. He was good. Either way, I probably shouldn't say anything that make me stand out too much. Don't you forget, Takumi. You gotta be invisible at this school. You gotta blend in. Be like air.
別に誰も待ってないよ。
そうか？だったら今の間はなんだよ。
Stuff. Stuff and things. Actually drowning in women. Apparently he is. Fuck. Misumi-kun wasn't a bad guy at a time like... Oh, fuck. I can read properly, I swear. Fuck. Misumi-kun wasn't a bad guy, but at times like these, he could really get fucking annoying. Take a hint, for fuck's sake. That's what FFS stands for, right? Yeah, for fuck's sake. A way to express exasperation. That's one way to put it. Nishijo-kun? Shivers ran down my spine. And we got caught, because we were talking to Musumi. Thanks for that. Oh, wait, I just turned on auto mode by accident. I slowly turned my head towards the voice. Yuo was standing in the classroom door looking apologetic. Oh, god damn it. Because of Misumi-kun, I lost my chance to escape. Misumi-kun looked unusually shocked. In fact, he was literally shaking. He put his arm around my shoulder and gave me a stern look.
おいタク、どういうことか説明しろよ。お前の彼女か。
No, it's my stalker, but we're kind of going steady anyways. Don't worry about it.
違うよ。
How many times have I told you, Misumi-kun? I'm not into 3D.
だったら何なんだよ。言っとくが、タクの姉ちゃんとかそういうオチは期待してねえからな。引きこもりのくせに何をどうやったらあんないい女と知り合えるんだ。
I'm just, there's so many reasons why. I'm a pro gamer. I live in a shipping container. I freak the fuck out and run into motorcycles. I saw a murder the other day. I mean, why wouldn't? Why wouldn't the ladies be on me? She started stalking me the moment she saw me at a glance. Didn't even know my name. She's just couldn't help herself. I'm just that good. What can I say? I got the Denpa Riz. I got the insane fucking otaku Riz. Don't worry about it.
昨日急に付きまとわれて。
それはつまりあれか、逆難されたってことか。この
Physically too. She physically picked me up. I needed her to help me, like walk, after I ran to the motorcycle. He put his hand on his chin, pondering for a moment. Then he finally let me go.
そうか、世の中には物好きってのもいるんだな。けどタクがまともな性癖を持ってたみたいで少し安心したぜ。
A half normal sex life. Okay.
性癖って、それに彼女とは別に何も。
Not yet, at least. Give us some time.
そうかそうか、頑張れよタク。
Misumi-kun wasn't taking me seriously at all. He just got all excited over his own assumptions, then slapped my back even harder than before. At this point, he was just screwing with me.
安心しろって。お前の女を寝取ったりしねえから。
だからそういう関係じゃ。
It's not like that, baka.
ほら、さっさと行けよ。
Misumi-kun ordered me to move, so I stumbled over to Yua. Despite my best efforts, I hadn't been able to escape.
迎えに来たの迷惑でした？
A little bit, actually. A little bit. I was trying to
Yeah.
run and stand you up, but, yes. Yes, you fucking are. I turned to look at Misumi-kun, but he just grinned and gave me the finger. Honestly, I couldn't tell whether he was trying to pick a fight or cheer me on. Couldn't tell. I couldn't deal with his shit any longer, so I decided to just hurry up and leave with Yua.
すいません。昨日会ったばかりなのにこんなお願いをしてしまって。
いや、
It's fine, really. It's already all set. I was so nervous. I was leaving school together with a 3D girl. Was I a normie now? Or what? I always felt like this was all in a completely different world from mine. I never would have thought I'd get to experience something like this. But now I was feeling the intense pressure of Yua's silence. We were just walking side by side, not even talking, so why was this so stressful? And to top it all off, I didn't really know who Yua was, or what her goal was. Just what did she want from an otaku freak like me?
おとといの。はい。
あ、いや。
Don't talk so suddenly to me. Jesus. Don't try to interact with me so suddenly like that. Slow down. She just started talking to me out of nowhere, so I got surprised, and that weird sound I made just came out. Yua also seemed really nervous. Her expression was so tense. She was older than me, so how is she still so innocent? How surprisingly moe. And then again, I probably wasn't the best person to be talking about innocence, since I could hardly manage more than a quick sidelong glance at her. I was too embarrassed to take a proper look at her face. I just couldn't do it.
おとといのブラチュー見ましたよね。
Of course, is that even a question, Yua?
うん。
私一箇所だけいまいちよくわからないところがあったんですけど、すすぶくんがセイラちゃんのピンチに駆けつけてきて助けてくれますよね。でもどうしてすすむくんは
That's because you weren't paying attention.
ってわかったのかなって。
It's because you weren't fucking paying attention.
あれは、
Yeah, it was foreshadowed.
先週の回に伏線があったんだ。セイラの携帯が鳴ってるシーンが
Yeah,
一瞬だけ挿入
would
さ
have
れ
been
てて、
fucking obvious if you actually watched it. Clearly, she's lying. Clearly, she's lying. She's not actually a fan. She didn't watch the series at all.
そういえばそんなシーンありました
Yeah,
ね。
the fake surprise.
山田君はそういう細かい伏線をあちこちに貼るのが好きなんだ。キンゴルでも似たようなことをやってた。
Yeah, it was obviously in Gold Goal. Everybody knows that.
山田くキンゴル
See, she's a fake fan. She doesn't
山田
know
君っていう
shit.
のはブラチューの監督の愛称だよ。で、山田君がブラチューの前に監督やってたアニメがキンゴル。
じゃあ山拓さんって有名な監督さんなんですね。
You would know if you were actually a fan.
まあ僕は好きな方かな。なんでかっていうと
Alright, we're skipping ahead. I had been lecturing Yua about the various facets of anime when I realized we were already in front of Animate. Time flew by way faster than I expected. I'd let myself get carried away and talked way too much. Well, it didn't help that Yua was such a good listener. She paid such close attention while I shared my wisdom. I couldn't help but want to tell her everything I knew, even though I knew I was falling right into her trap. All this, and yet I wasn't even good at talking. This was the first time I'd ever felt this way. I was talking out loud, but it felt like I was chatting online. It was a strange feeling.
なんだかドキドキしてきました。先に帰ったりしないでくださいね。
You got it. Don't worry, I won't.
うん。
You only got more and more nervous as she went up and spoke to the store employee. It was clear that she was out of her comfort zone, and all I could do was just stand there and watch as she placed the pre-order for the post-awakening version Sarah figure. There weren't any opportunities to escape. Yua kept anxiously glancing back at me, so I couldn't budge an inch. Right after that, she even forced me to look around the store with her. Yua was looking all around with a big grin on her face, saying things like, "Wow, there's not enough money in the world to buy all these figures." But even in the face of all that enthusiasm, I just couldn't find it in me to smile back at her. Yo, McDonald's! McDonald's hamburgers! Finally! So apparently Yua took the train to school, which meant I had to accompany her all the way to Shinsen Station. She might not look like it, but she was a devious one, all right. She always managed to get her way, all without making herself look even remotely selfish. Clever girl. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing. An archetype that refers to someone who is far more sinister than they appear. They are often characterized by a black heart plagued with malicious thoughts, a large gap between their outward personality and actual personality, and a general sense of ill will towards others. It appears that there are some people who are attracted to these factors that are, for all intents and purposes, negative.
西条くんって携帯は持ってないんですか？
Nope, not yet. My sister tried to get me to buy one, and I told her to go fuck herself. Once we reached the station, Yua suddenly asked me that question. A cell phone? I shook my head weakly.
持ってないんですか。それじゃ連絡が取れないですね。
連絡
Why the hell would she want to stay in touch? Takumi. What, was she going to demand that I texted her about every little thing for the rest of my life? Well, I mean, maybe.
でも西条くんパソコン持ってましたよね。
Oh no, she's gonna get into ESO. She's gonna start playing ESO with us.
私も持ってるからメールアドレスを交換しませんか？
Oh, we're just gonna email. Yeah.
どうして
Why would we do that?
そのフィギュアの発売日に
Oh, duh. It's obviously just for the figures. Obviously.
取りに行かなくちゃいけませんよね。その時にまた一緒に
Yeah, that makes sense,
ま
yeah.
だ一人でアニメ8に行く勇気は
Who is, really? She was good.
それに
She was way too good.
私西条くんと
I knew she had her claws in me, but I just couldn't turn her down. If I did, I'd look like the bad guy.
もっと
You really what? 3D was the scariest fucking thing in the world?
仲良くなりたいから。
Okay, could you not give me that face while you say that? Could you not look at me like that when you say that? That's very creepy. I'm very creeped out by this. How was she doing this? Was it just because was it just because I was bad at talking to people, or was she just too good? Either way, US seemed intent on not leaving it until she had my email. Yet at the same time, I could sense a bit of unease behind those glasses of hers. I could practically feel my will to resist draining from my body. There were goosebumps all over my body, shivers running down my spine, but I couldn't run away, and I couldn't turn her down. There was definitely something up with Yua. This aura she had, it wasn't normal. I couldn't really put it into words exactly what it was that bothered me so much, but whatever it was, something wasn't right. Before I knew it, I'd torn out a scrap of notebook paper, written down my email address, and handed it to her. She took it, looking happy as can be, then quickly bowed her head and disappeared into the station. It felt like my soul had left my body. I just stood there, completely dumbfounded. Even after 10 minutes passed, I couldn't move an inch. What's next? Are we going back to the man cave? Yeah, we're back in the man cave. On my pewter. Talking to the ESO boys. So, what do you make of all this? Of her? Because personally, I don't have the slightest clue. There's no way she doesn't have ulterior motives or something. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. Hey, you listening, Grim? What eroge is this? That night, I decided to consult Grim about Yua. I figured I might as well. If I just kept my paranoia to myself, I wouldn't get anywhere. And that was the response I'd gotten. Well, not that I could blame him. The first time I'd spoken to Yua, I reacted the exact same way. Whoa, slow down, slow down. Well, it's stupid of me to think you'd be any help, Grim. Now, wait 1 fucking second. You were being serious? You actually managed to raise a flag with someone? You really have a way of getting whatever you want, huh? LOL. Or LOL, I guess. Now, who would say they weren't into 3D again? LMFAO. It's not like that, dude. Grim's reaction was almost identical to Misumi-kun's. Were they the same person or something? Probably. They're probably the same person, actually. Well, for a turbo virgin like you, Neidhart, now that you have a girl, it should be easy to leave Otakudom behind and lose your V-card. You gotta be careful, though. Like, if you start talking to her about your school swimsuit fetish, she'll dump your ass. So use some common sense. Well, I'll have you know, Grim, in my delusion of her, apparently, that I experienced, not only was she wearing the swimsuit, she was wearing a competition swimsuit, okay, underneath the school uniform, and wore her glasses at the same time in my room. It was an amazing delusion. Wasn't real, of course, but in my head, apparently, it was hot, okay? It was, you know, it was a thing. It was a thing. Now, what's wrong with a school swimsuit fetish? We have Sarah 10? We have Sarah 10 saying you got mail? You've got mail, you big dum-dum. Oh, I can't get her to say it again? God damn it. This guy's hopeless. I better do something quick. Oh, out of nowhere? I heard Sarah 10's voice. That was my custom email notification sound. I casually went to check my email, and the sender's name was Kusunoki Yua.
うわ、早速来た。
I got an email. Just now. Womp, there it is. This was the first time I'd ever gotten an email from a 3D girl. I gulped, then clicked to open it. Good evening. This is Kusunoki. I sent this email as soon as I was able to. I would appreciate it if you added me to your address book. With like a little emoji face. My apologies for making you accompany me today with like a bowing face. Sorry. Even so, I still had a lot of fun. Perhaps because it was my first time going to a store like that. Or maybe it was because Nishijo-kun was with me, LOL. What time will you be coming to school tomorrow, Nishijo-kun? Oh, I'm only asking because I was hoping I'd be able to say hello tomorrow morning. That's all. It would be nice if we could run into each other again tomorrow. Well, I'll be sure to email you again soon. Good night, with like a little waving emoji. Yua's usual elegance and purity shone through the email, and by using a lot of emoticons, she gave it a bit of a friendly tone, too. But when she said things like, maybe it was because Nishijo-kun was with me, or I was hoping I'd be able to say hello tomorrow morning, I just couldn't help but feel she was up to something. Is it just going to be constantly like, she's obviously planning something? What if What if it turns out she wants to date me? There's no way. She's up to something. She's up to something. It can't be that. It can't be. This is the whole time, all day, all month. It's gonna be this shit. Post it now. It's tame. Chill the fuck out. Just usual greetings and shit. Whatever, bro. Just post already. Am I supposed to press something? There's nothing happening. Oh. Oh, we passed by the time. I see, I see. Oh, oh no, it's him pasting the chat. He's pasting the whole chat. I see. Line by line? You can't put it all in one post? Is there a limit? Grim wouldn't stop pestering me, so I just gave up and posted the entire email. Though I did censor my and U.S. personal information, at least. Oh ho ho! Would you look at that lovey-dovey email? Kill yourself, Nineheart, you normie scum! Damn. Please, take this seriously. This must be some kind of trap. Yeah. How tight that tinfoil hat you got on. You sure you're not overthinking it? It just looks like you raised a flag with this chick to me. You're almost at the good end already. That's what I mean. There's no way this is real. You think this could happen to an otaku freak like me? There's no way. You think a cute girl would try to pick me up IRL? Dude, LOL, are you seriously complimenting your GF already? XDDDD. Could you quit trolling for 1 second? Come on, I already told you. You're just overthinking it. We're two of a kind, aren't we, Nightheart? We both know good girls like that don't exist anymore. Yeah, I was fully aware. But she really was just that nice. That's exactly what what didn't feel right with me. Well, maybe her stalking shit was a bit too far, but that's kind of hot, don't you think, Lil? It means she really, really likes you. And you said she likes anime, too? Yeah, no way such a perfect girl exists, bro. Not for us, otaku, anyway, LMAO. Just don't go ruining her with your degenerate shit. Well, that might not be so bad. No, scratch that. That's exactly what I wanted. Still, cheer up a bit. She made the first move, bro. I'm not into 3D. You say that, but we both know you really want to go out with her. Am I right? If you want to de-otakufy yourself, now's your chance, LOL. You won't get a second one, and you know it. You're right, but... Congrats, you're more popular now. Won't last long, so don't let it go to waste. Just keep calm and go on the attack. Just be Nightheart IRL. You can do it. You got the green light, bro. If I could just do it, I wouldn't be going through so much turmoil. Like I'd realized something when I was talking with Yua the other day. Sure, there were a couple of moments where I had fun or felt happy, but aside from that, I just felt annoyed and completely exhausted. If that was what I had to go through with IRL interaction, then I'd honestly rather just live in the 2D world, where I could do whatever I wanted. That was why I decided not to reply to Yua's email. Alright, what's next? A fire burned bright into the sky. Scorching red cinders danced around the incinerator. The flame was fueled by a sailor-style school uniform, along with countless textbooks. Yo, book burning time! On a foothill overlooking Seto Inland Sea, a girl stood in her home's garden. The steam whistles of boats echoed in the distance, and the nearby trees gently swayed in the refreshing sea breeze. In the midst of such a serene scene, the girl, Orihara Kozue, stood still and alone in front of the incinerator, bathing in the somber ambience of its cinders. The girl's gaze was locked onto the school uniform and textbooks as they were slowly reduced to ashes, each becoming clad in a crimson glimmer, until only yesterday they had been her school uniform and her textbooks. Despite having lit the fire herself, the girl did not move from the spot, perhaps out of a lingering sense of regret. That too lasted only a moment. She suddenly knitted her eyebrows and covered her ears as hard as she could. She gasped in agony, and yet she did nothing more. The girl did not moan, nor did she raise any tearful complaints. All she did was let out a series of ragged breaths. She shook her head repeatedly from side to side as if to express a fierce, visceral objection. And as she did, her strength slowly started to crumble, and she collapsed to the ground. She fell on her backside with a thud, let her jaw droop as if utterly exhausted, and looked up at the sky with a dazed expression on her face. Minutes later, she was still in that exact same position, not having moved a single muscle. Until suddenly she turned around with conviction, as if she had heard someone call out to her. She looked towards the house porch. The wooden house had been built over 50 years ago, so despite it being daytime, it appeared quite dim. Anything beyond the porch could barely be seen. Kozue slowly stood back up and walked over to the porch, and at that very moment her mother appeared with impeccable timing.
あら、梢ちゃん、探してたのよ。もう荷物の整理はできたの？
Kozue promptly nodded and slowly sat
あ
down.
さってにはもうこの家ともお別れなのね。
Her mother took a seat next to her, gazing towards the inland sea with a gentle look in her eye.
東京なんて行くの、梢ちゃんは初めてよね。いいお友達ができるといいわね。
Despite her mother's caring words, Kozue did not nod, nor even shake her head in response. She simply remained silent, gazing wistfully towards the still-burning incinerator in the corner of the garden. Another week came, and with it another school day. As usual, I head to school with my head hung low, depressed as ever. Autumn was starting to come into full swing. The leaves of the trees in Shoto Park were slowly changing color, and I was starting to feel chilly in my short-sleeved uniform. I suppose it made sense that I'd be surprised by the change of season, given I rarely went outside in the first place. I still hadn't really registered that summer had ended. My weekend had consisted of non-stop ESO, of course it did. Grim had kept on bugging me about Yua, but I just ignored him. I hadn't gotten an email from Yua since that first one. I hadn't replied to her first one either, so maybe she'd finally given up on me. I really hoped that was the case. Whenever I talked to Yua, my feelings always got all jumbled up. Those interactions almost made me have a little hope. But there was no point in being so optimistic. At the end of the day, I was just an otaku freak. My whole life, I'd never ever had success with 3D, so I'd just given up on it. Please, don't give me any hope. Please, don't have any hope for me. Just as I thought that, someone tapped my shoulder from behind. I figured it was Nanami or Misumi-kun, but when I turned around, I was shocked. Oh my god, she ran across the school for me. Yua was looking at me with a smile on her face. Her cheeks were a little flushed. Why was she so out of breath? You sound like you ran from far away. There's no need to lie to me now. Had she really not given up yet? Does she still have some hope left in me? 4 days. If you count the weekend. Yeah, I'm not answering it. Fuck you. I found myself nodding out of reflex. Oh, trying to fix my chair here. Seriously, what the hell did Yua want from me? Did she expect me to like her back? Did she want me to be her boyfriend? And then, did she want us to live out in some intimate lovey-dovey fantasy together? There's no way I could do that. No way I could be that normal no matter how hard I tried. I really wanted to, but it just wasn't possible. I still didn't understand why Yua even liked me in the first place, which made it all the more impossible to trust her. So, I just couldn't do it. I'm fine, never better. Oh, that. It's because you're talking to me. Don't worry about that. Upon realizing that, I quickly started to walk away, leaving Yua behind before I could get very far. Yua had already caught up to me. Yeah, that's what it was. I caught a cold. Yeah, I caught a cold. That's why I wasn't. Yeah, duh. Yeah, it totally wasn't because I was skipping. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
でも元気そうでよかった。はい。
僕たまにしか学校来ない。
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes.
みんなから
It's often, but
引きこもりって
sometimes.
思われてる。
Did that break the spell? You're totally disillusioned now that you know the truth, right? If so, I didn't mind. I'd never gotten it, my hopes up anyways. Go ahead and call me an otaku freak. And then after that, never talk to me again.
そうですか。でも今日は会えてよかったです。
I was left speechless. All I could manage to do was stare at you and smile, but when our eyes met, I got flustered and looked down. How was she not disgusted by me?
っていうか、たまにでも学校に来てるなら、西条くんは引きこもりじゃないと思います。すいません。分かったようなこと言っちゃって。
でも苦痛だよ。
だとしたら偉いです。
What? Going to school kills me, so she respects her. I mean, I guess that would make sense. Going to school kills me, but I still manage to go, even though I technically don't have to. Okay, I understand it. I never thought I'd ever hear someone say that to me. What the hell was respectable about a total loser like me? A gentle smile had spread over Yua's face. A smile so sweet, it could cure any disease. That was genuinely what I thought in that
だっ
moment.
て西条くんは辛いのに頑張って学校に来ていますから。普通なら普通は来られないですよ。
でも僕はオタだしキモいし。
私西条くんの話を聞くの好きですよ。
What the hell? What was with all this validation? Why did hearing it make me feel so good about myself? I've never had this before. Felt like Yua was embracing me all the way down to my core. Like she was giving me the right to be here, to exist in this moment. It felt like, when I was with her, maybe I can even be a normal person again.
大変予例ですよ。
Oh, shit, we're gonna be late. I didn't realize until now, but almost all the students were already gone. Everyone had made their way into the school
西
building.
条くん、それじゃあ私失礼します。あ、今日の放課後時間ありますか？
After school? Maybe. Could pencil you in.
もしよかったらその
With a timid tone, Yua mumbled her words, a faint blush on her cheeks.
放課後中庭で待ってます。もし気が向いたら来てください。
Yeah, but what if I just don't go?
無理に来なくても
Oh,
全
okay.
然平気ですから。
Alright, well, if it's perfectly fine. Easy. Makes our life easy. If you want, I mean. Yua bowed elegantly, then darted off towards the third-year classrooms. I watched her disappear into the building, then I pinched my cheek. It really wasn't a dream or a delusion. I couldn't focus on my classes all day after that. Or rather, I didn't bother trying to focus. I just rested my head on my hand, staring sluggishly into the autumn sky outside the window. My teachers, my classmates, none of them ever paid any attention to me. But Yua did. Yua was different from the other shitbags of this school. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't stop having delusions about her. And before I knew it, classes were over for the day.
よ、タク。今日もデートか？この前のメガネのことはうまくいってるんだろうな。おいおい、ニートだからって躊躇してんなよ。向こうがお前のこと気に入ってくれてんなら、付き合うか付き合わないかはとも
You
か
just gotta, man. You
やって
gotta.
しまうのが礼儀。
It's what you gotta do.
そんなことしないよ。
おい、なんだよいきなり大声出して。
Hey, tone it down, buddy. What's with all the yelling?
ユアとはそんなことしない。
は？お前まだ言ってんの？なんで最初から諦めるんだよ。
I'm not a shut-in, okay? I'm literally here at school right now. I'm not a shut-in, by definition. Actually, Actually, I'm not a shut-in. I'm here. And that wasn't even what this is about. But there was no point in trying to explain that to Misumi-kun, a guy who only thought with the wrong head. So, ignoring how puzzled Misumi-kun was, I quickly made my way out of the classroom. Alright, where does he go? Shortest path from here is the courtyard. From here to the courtyard is through the skyway to the third-year building, then down the stairs, I think. I didn't come to school often enough to have a good grasp on the layout. I didn't even know where half the club rooms were. You're also not a NEET. True, we are literally in education, so I was a little bit anxious as I walked down the hallway to the next building. Yo, another girl? As I walked, I noticed a girl standing alone in the middle of the hall, staring up at the sky. Her face looked stiff, so despite her looking out the window, it wasn't in the wistful kind of way. She was obviously in everyone's way, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. I know you can hear me walking towards you. Move along, will you? I'm in a bit of a hurry here. I was getting real DQN vibes from her, and I didn't want anything to do with it. So I tried to keep my distance and slip by Girl B without noticing.
Oi.
Oi, 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 oi. Oh shit. Was she talking to me? Fuck. Was she gonna threaten me and take all my money? Or take me to the DQN hangout spot and have me lynched just because she didn't like my face? Or worse. Dude, he immediately assumes every girl who talks to her, talks to him, is trying to fucking murder him. What the fuck? Give me a fucking break. What had I done to deserve this? I looked towards Girl B. She was staring at me.
お前誰だ?
How does he do it? How does he do it? How does he just pull in all the women left and right, everywhere, without even trying? How does he do it? How is he this good? He really does. He really was Kirito all along. He's just got the Kirito drip. Kirito exists, and the women just show up. It happens every time. Gaming. That's all it is. She just asked me that? I'm Nishijo Takumi, but this is my first time I've ever spoken to her, so obviously she wouldn't know that. So I was right. Whatever she wants from me, it can't be good.
すいません
I quickly bowed and avoided looking Girl B in the face, and ran away as fast as I could. After bolting through the hall, down the stairs, and out the door, I shot a look behind me at the third-year building. It seemed like the scary girl hadn't come after me. I was safe. To be completely honest, I was getting tired of all this bullshit. Wherever I went in the third dimension, I was always running into another goddamn trap. I took a second to catch my breath and then looked for the courtyard. The courtyard was between the school building and the pool. It was so narrow. It was more like a path than an actual garden. There were a few evenly spaced flower beds spread across the courtyard. The violet colored flowers were especially eye-catching. What kind of flowers are those, I wondered, but I really didn't have a clue. And standing in front of the flower beds was none other than Yua. She stood still, gazing at the flowers listlessly. Just like she'd promised, she'd really waited for me here. She'd waited for me, and me alone. Yua hadn't betrayed me. Maybe I could trust her. Maybe she really was the savior I'd been looking for. Yua looked up and noticed me standing there. And a moment later, her eyes widened. I got shy and looked away, frozen in place. Should I walk towards her? I didn't know. Why was she so surprised? Maybe I shouldn't have come. But I was so lost in thought, Yua ran over to me.
びっくりしました。
I can't believe it either. Honestly.
西条くんが本当に来てくれるなんて。どうせ来てもらえないって諦めかけてたんです。でも待っててよかった。
Oh, God. Okay, we're probably gonna... I think we're still in Chapter 1. Because visual novels take a while. We're still in Chapter 1. I feel like we're close to the end of Chapter 1, though. I think we're close to the end of Chapter 1. So I think we'll probably Probably going to play another 20 more minutes and then wrap it up after that. Probably. So we'll probably do it like that. Maybe we'll be done with chapter 1. It's either if we're done with chapter 1 or 20 minutes pass. Whichever one happens first. Something like that. 1 a.m. we're done, probably. It's 1 a.m. here. Oh, it's 12:44 my time right now, so. I was taken aback. You was thinking the same way as me. We both had the same pessimistic mindset. But there was one clear place that we differed. Whenever I had negative thoughts, I'd freeze up and do nothing, but whenever you had negative thoughts, she'd take action away. I seriously respected your initiative. I wanted to be like that too.
一緒に帰ってくれますか?
Again, why do you have to say that with that face? I'm sorry. With that face. It's really the eyebrows that are making it creepier than it should be. The eyebrows, the positions of them, and the directions they're facing, along with the smile, it's doing weird things. It's making me uneasy. She timidly asked me, and I nodded in response. Walking side by side, the two of us passed through the school gate. It was a little embarrassing. It felt like other students were staring daggers at me, green with envy. And the more aware of that I became, the more anxious I got. I guess I was right. I really can't walk home alone with a girl. Who the fuck are you? Hello? We crossed paths with a teacher I'd never seen before. Or at least I assumed he was a teacher, since he was wearing a suit instead of a school uniform. But wasn't he a little young to be a teacher? Well, I hardly ever came to school, so it only made sense that I wouldn't know what half the teachers looked like. Hell, sometimes I even forgot what my homeroom teacher looked like. The teacher in the suit was looking around restlessly as he headed for the school building.
どうしました?
Not knowing how to react, I quickly shook my head, returned to U.S. side, and went back to walking with her. We'd said we'd walk home together, but my base was only 10 minutes away from school. Meanwhile, Yua needed to go all the way to Shinsen Station, so I needed to accompany her before I could go home. But by force of habit, I led Yua to Shota Park. The park was something of a shortcut on my route to school, saving me about a minute each way.
日常くんって朝よくこの公園でパンを食べてませんか?
Well, you would know because you fucking stalk me, but... How did she know
や
that?
っぱりよく見かけたんです。でもいる時といない時があって。
Yeah, because some days I didn't go to school.
今日ようやくその謎が解けました。学校にたまにしか来ないからだったんですね。
Yep, you solved the mystery.
別にそれがダメって言ってるわけじゃなくてですね。素朴な疑問だったので。
Yua suddenly stopped. Turning towards the bench I always ate breakfast on. Nobody was sitting there at the moment.
なんだかここに座っているあなたの背中はすごく辛そうに見えて。
You don't have to remind me of how miserable my life is, Yua. You don't have to do that. You don't have to... Yua bent forward slightly, gently stroking the back of the bench.
何度も見かけるうちにだんだん気になってきて。
The bench was right in front of the fence by the pond. Whenever you sat on it, you could just stare out of the pond without needing to worry about whether others might be looking at you. It was right by the watermill, too, making it even more inconspicuous. That was another huge plus.
ここ最近は姿を見かけなかった日は心配でご飯も喉を通らなかったりしてたんです。
How down bad for me were you? And for how long? Really? I never noticed her looking at me when I was here.
バカみたいですよね。一度も話したこともない人の心配してるなんて。でも話しかける勇気もなかったので。
So her initial stalking was an extension of that. Or maybe not stalking per se. Maybe she's just been looking out for me.
ちょっと座ってみてもいいですか?
I guess.
日常くんがどんな景色を見ていたのか私も知りたいから。
I didn't really have much of a reason to refuse. I nodded my head, still facing out towards the lake. Yua placed her bag on top of the bench and quietly took a seat. She then straightened her posture and gazed out the lake. It was so incredibly quiet, so incredibly serene, and Yua was sitting right by my side. A gentle breeze drew ripples onto the water, and it softly swayed Yua's hair. Was this what it felt like to be a normie? This situation was so ordinary, so casual. Why did I feel like I was about to
こ
cry?
こで朝食をとるのって気持ちよさそうですよね。
I looked at the side of Yua's face as she whispered that. If life were an eroge, this is where she'd confess her love. Then we'd lean in, kiss, and the good end credits would roll. And who knows? If the situation called for it, maybe we'd get straight into some exhibitionism. JK. Why do you have to write that? Why do you have to make me say that? Why do you have to make me say it like that, too? Because he has to say it like that. Why you gotta do this to me, game?
私も今度やってみようかな。
God damn. Yua turned and looked up at me, unable to find the words to say. I looked down at Yua's bag. Oh yeah, it's the same bag from before. Cursing my inability to maintain eye contact with the girl, I stared instead at the 3 Garo Froggy straps hanging from her bag. There's 3 of them now. They're multiplying. I thought there was only 2 before. Alright, delusion time. No delusions. Positive delusion. Negative delusion. Hold on. Wait a minute. Something about this scene was really nagging me. Something about the frogs. Or the files. Maybe we did a positive delusion before. Maybe we do a negative delusion now. Maybe we do that. And that thing was the Garo Froggies. Characters that were popular with high school girls. But I'd seen those exact ones before, hadn't I? Where though? Don't worry, I understand. It's like me saying, whoa, it's something beyond human comprehension. It's something that speaks to your very soul. Wait, hold on. Why am I getting notifications? Go away. Go away. Who dares ping me on the Discords? How dare you? It was in room 36. Bro, I thought you had already assumed that. You saw her in the cafe. You saw her in the cafe. She talked with you after you left the cafe. You didn't piece this together earlier that she was that person in room 36? I pieced that together instantly. Whenever I went to @cafe, I always used room 37. Meanwhile, room 36, the room next door, was always empty. But last week, the day I first met Yua, I'd been shocked to find that someone was actually using it. And they were looking at sites dedicated to new gen, no less. Okay, well that part is weird actually. That part is weird. Actually, I forgot about that part. Then I'd come across Yua inside @cafe and started panicking, then instantly made a run for it. No way, you can't be serious. Was that really her? Back then? In that room? I looked at Yua, who was still sitting on the bench. Her eyes stared at me from behind her glasses, and her gaze collided with mine. It was the first time we properly made eye contact since we met. There was still a smile on her face for a brief moment, but it quickly changed into a puzzled look. What sort of expression was I making? I couldn't tell. I turned my gaze towards her bag, toward the toy straps attached to it. Once again. I felt the air change as she gasped in response.
師匠くん
A golden leaf fell off a branch swaying in the wind, and ever so gently, ever so gracefully, danced through the air. All sorts of thoughts flashed through my mind. I didn't really understand why, but Garo Froggies were popular, so having a few of them dangling from your bag wasn't anything unusual. But on that day, you had probably been there, in room 36, and all this time she never mentioned it even once. And to make matters worse, she'd been researching new gen. I'd almost completely forgotten about those incidents already, but I'd been a witness in one of them. That gruesome spectacle revived itself again in my mind, and then I saw a flash of the culprit's face.
これですか？ゲロカエルンって言うんです。
Oh,
何
yeah!
友達にもらっち
Yeah,
ゃっ
the
て
Garo Froggies.
気がつい
That's
たら
all.
3つになってまして。
Yua's smile had gotten slightly stiffer. She reached out for her bag, trying to take the Garo Froggy straps off of it.
最近女子高生に大人気なんですよ。私はあんまり可愛いとは思わないんですけど。
Yua's hands were trembling. She frantically tried to pull them off her bag, but they just wouldn't budge.
変だな。どうして外れないんでしょう。ちょっと待ってくださいね。西条くんにも見せてあげ。
Oh no, I dropped all my papers and important informations that you are not supposed to be seeing. Oh no. Yua pulled on the straps a bit too hard, causing the bag to fall off the bench. The bag was unzipped, so all the notebooks and textbooks spilled out onto the ground.
私ったら何をやってるんでしょう。
Just a few minutes ago, I might have even thought of Yua's ditziness as moe, but at the present moment, I was just frozen in place, and that was because one of the fallen notebooks had flipped open. Tons of notes and newspaper snippets were scattered across the ground. It looked like it was some sort of scrapbook, and all the notes, all the newspaper snippets, everything was focused on a certain string of cases. And its name was written there, clear as day. New Gen.
なんて。
My voice came out ragged. Yua, in a panic, started frantically gathering everything up and shoving it into her bag. Nothing. There was nothing. There was nothing there. You didn't see anything. When she did, she held the bag close to her chest and stood up. She looked towards me and nodded, her expression intensely uncomfortable. Her smile from before was nowhere to be found. Yua didn't answer. Why wouldn't she talk to me? Please, just say something, anything. Even still, she said nothing, which meant she must have realized that she'd been caught red-handed. I wanted to trust her so badly, and I'd been just starting to think that maybe Yua was actually on my side, that she could have been an ally.
誰も信じちゃダメ。誰の言
True.
葉にも耳を傾けちゃダメ。
I should have listened to Saratan. I should have just known from the beginning. I should have believed her. In the end, Sarah was right. Three girls were the worst pieces of shit imaginable. Every last one of them. Why would I ever doubt Saratan? She's always so right. Yua never liked me at all. She only wanted to get close because she had ulterior motives. Maybe she wanted to turn me into the police, or maybe she wanted to blackmail me. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I'd almost forgotten all about that incident. Yet here we go again. The police had never questioned me, so I thought that maybe, just maybe, I could go on pretending it had never happened to me. It had nothing to do with me. All I wanted was to get away from those stupid murders, so why? What the hell did Yua really... What was that? Was Yua really after here? No, I just didn't even care anymore. I just wanted to run away as far as I could, so I went to turn around. But... Yua quickly grabbed my wrist.
逃げるの？
Her voice sent chills down my spine. Her tone so cold, it felt like my body might freeze over. It didn't even feel like she was the same person. It wasn't the Yua I thought I knew. And her grip. Her grip was way tighter than I have expected. It wasn't normal. Jolts of pain ran through my arm. My bones felt like they were being crushed. I tried to shake her off me, but she wouldn't let go. In fact, she was pulling me towards her, practically pinning my arm behind my back.
逃げるの？
From behind me, right behind my ear, I heard a whisper that crushed any emotion I had left. With a shiver, I slowly turned around. Oh my god, she is angry. She was staring at me. There's no longer any color left in those eyes of hers.
逃がさないよ。騙してたことは謝るけど、お互い様だし。あなただって隠してたこと。
I just want to go play ESO, lady. I don't need to deal with this. I'm hiding things? Only a single thing crossed my mind. Somehow she knew that I had witnessed that staking murder. She knew that I had seen the perpetrator. And that was most likely why she tried to get close to me. I knew she was good. Too good. She'd had me wrapped around her little finger. Everything she told me was a lie. Her taking interest in me from just one glance, her liking Bloodtune, her arranging to go with me to go pick up Sarah Post-Awakening version figure from the store when it went on sale. All her nice little comments as she'd listen to what I'd say. Her wanting to get to know me better. Her being worried about me when I didn't come to school, her saying that she respected me, everything that came from her mouth had been a lie. That thought killed me inside. I was overwrought with grief. I tightly clenched my fists. Fuck. Why hadn't I believed a single fucking thing she'd had to say?
本当はもっと時間をかけて調べたかったんだけど、バレちゃったからしょうがないよね。
Yeah, no point
あ
now.
なたに
It's
聞いて
over.
もらいたい話があるの。聞いてくれるよね。
I guess I have
聞
to.
かないなんて言わないよね。あなたは聞くべきよ。聞いて。聞くでしょ。聞かないなら。
I guess I'll listen. Well, what? What'll happen if I don't listen? Yua was almost a completely different person now. The gentle and carefree atmosphere from before was completely gone now. She felt completely unapproachable now. The atmosphere felt bizarre, like one molded from utter obsession. Her tone was as composed as could be, though perhaps cold as ice was a better description. Her usual femininity was completely gone. No, I didn't want to listen. I tried to cover my ears, but I couldn't. Yua was holding on to one of my arms. Her grip was weaker than a second ago, but she still didn't let go. I couldn't move my hand. But while we were in that deadlock, she took a dark, gray, shining object from her bag and held it out to me. She has the cross. We picked delusion, right? This is supposed to be a delusion, right? Surely this is a bad delusion. Any composure I had left was gone. I was so shocked. The hand that was going to cover my ear just fell to my side. Before long, Yua's voice, now sounding more almost regretful, reached my
この
ears.
十字架に見覚えあるよね。
Of course. I'd definitely seen it before. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but I quickly realized. It might have looked like a cross, but it was, in fact, a stake. And stakes with such a unique shape were not something you'd see every day. Or, at the very least, I had only come across them once. That night, scattered across that alleyway. That night, as the demon girl nailed them into the wall. That night, as a corpse was being nailed onto the wall.
やっぱり知ってるのね。知ってるんでしょ。知ってるに決まってる。知らないなんて言わせない。
I don't know what you're talking about,
知ってなくち
lady.
ゃおかしい。知ってるよね。知ってるよね。
Okay, alright, maybe I know. Okay, fine, maybe, okay. I frantically shook my head in denial. A disgusting cold sweat broke out on my brow. All I could do was swipe it away as I kept shaking my head as hard as I could.
これあなたの部屋にあったのよ。あなたの部屋、ベッドの下、床に落ちてたの。落としたよね。それとも捨てた？
I did throw it there,
とに
actually.
かく落ちてた。落ちてたの。
What the hell was this girl? Or who the hell was this girl? When the fuck had she searched my room? Was it the day we'd first met? Yes, it was probably then. When my leg got injured and she'd come all the way to my room with me? When she'd seen my Sarah figures and her face lit up all cute like a fucking Christmas tree?
この杭、外国製のすごく珍しい杭なのよ。
You can tell?
それと、ニュージェネ第3の事件で使われた杭と同じ。同じなの。同じよね。同じなのは間違いない。同じよ。遺体を壁に貼り付けにした杭と同じ。
I was convinced. This woman thought that I was the culprit behind Newgen. She thought I was some kind of insane cutthroat murderer. Did she think she was a detective or something? What, did she call herself Kusunoki Yua Ace High School Detective or some shit? Fucking kill yourself, actually. God damn! Low tier god yourself. That shit might have worked in anime or video games, but this was real life, and little did she know, her reasoning had a fatal flaw. I knew who the real killer was. I'd seen her with my own two eyes. I'd seen that demon myself. Sure, I didn't know her name, but she'd been wearing the same A uniform, which meant that she was someone I could know.
だから
Yua suddenly hung her head and let out a small sigh. She loosened her grip on my wrist even more, then finally let go.
それ以上でもそれ以下でもないです。ただ、あなたが知ってるかどうかを確かめたかっただけ。 本当はまだ言うつもりじゃなかったですし。
What the fuck is she meant by yet?
それじゃあもう一つ確認させてください。あなたには予知能力がありますか？
Wait, when did this one come from? This guy's hopeless. Oh, it's from the chat logs. A quotation from a popular manga about death notes. Spoken by the protagonist in reference to his foolish accomplice. The full quote is, "This guy is hopeless. I better do something quick," used to express exaggeration. Precognition. To know what is going to happen in advance. Example, to foresee an unusual phenomenon, also known as foresight or foreknowledge. To know what is going to happen in the future before it actually happens. The term does not refer to predictions based on experience, information, or statistics, but rather a special sense that transcends humanity's natural perception. It has not been scientifically proven to exist. The way it manifests differs from person to person, with the most common being visions and prophetic dreams. Belief in precognition has existed since ancient times, where shrine maidens were often heralded as carriers. Psychics and fortune tellers are the modern incarnations of this belief. But there are many false actors who enjoy taking advantage of the superstition, claiming that they have precognitive powers in order to swindle others.
Huh?
I couldn't help but just stand there with my mouth open. Precognitive powers? What the fuck? What did that have to do with the incidents? I tilted my head to the side, utterly perplexed. As I did, Yua's hand retreated into her bag once more, before taking out a picture printed in full color.
予知能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
The picture was the grotesque one Shogun had sent me. Why did Yua have it?
これ
あなたはどうしてニュージェネ第3の事件の再現画像を持っているんですか？
I was sent in a chat log!
しかもこの画像が流出したのは事件の前日です。あなたの使った PC にキャッシュが残ってました。
違う
I'd gotten that image earlier that day when I chatted with Shogun. I hadn't made it myself. I downloaded it, so it must have still been in my history. That's it. I'll just show Yua that. Still, though, how had Yua even gotten this image in the first place? She'd said it had been in my computer's cache, but how would she have known that? When you had come into my room, she definitely hadn't had time to snoop around my
ま
PC.
さか君が将軍か
Was she trying to frame me? It was all set up by Yua? She was the new gen killer, and now she was going to use me as a scapegoat in order to throw off the police, wasn't she?
助けて
It was all too much. Why did it have to be me of all people? Was it because I was a freak? Was it because I had no friends? Yua didn't say a word. She shook her head lightly.
その画像はアットカフェルーム37の PC から拾ったんで
That's
す。
not where I opened that.
あなたの PC もできれば調べたかったんですけど、その機会はさすがにありませんでした。
But that's not where I looked at that image. That was the one I always used. That bitch really did do her research. Yua looked at me with a slightly apologetic look. It almost felt like she turned back into Yua I knew, if only for a moment. And while that happened, she started fishing around in her bag once more, but this time she took out a page with text on it, then held it out to me. I had a bad feeling about this. Alarm bells were going off in my head, telling me not to look. But there was no way I could ignore it, because if I did, then she'd surely end up being framed.
それがあなたのすべてです。
What? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Did that mean that she had all my personal information too? Was Yua some sort of hacker? I reached out and grabbed the printout, all while my heart was pounding out of my chest. But to my surprise, the page didn't have any of my personal information. It was just some chat log.
Huh.
Two members of the chat log were Neidhart and Shogun. Yeah, I see him.
そのログ変ですよね。
Yeah, it was fucking strange when we had it too, but what do you want from me? What's so strange about it? Looks like perfectly normal chat log to me. I definitely remembered having this conversation with Shogun.
ナイトハルトと将軍の
Timestamps. Oh. They're a day apart. Oh. Oh.
発言時間が全然噛み合ってないんです。
Don't match up in the slightest. What the hell? How is this
そ
possible?
こにあるナイトハルトは西条君。発言時間は9月28日の午前
Honestly-
3時台。
Honestly, though, it's probably just the program. It looked like shit anyways. It probably was just not working right with the dates. It's fine. It probably, wherever Shogun lived, it was probably using his local time. You know, and time differences and all. 12-hour difference, maybe. Honestly, that's what I would more believe than any supernatural shit. Probably.
そして翌日、あなたはアットカフェに行ってます。西条君がアットカフェに行くのは学校帰りと決まってい
Yeah, he
る。
was using NordVPN.
そして学校に行くのは週に 2.5 回。あなたのクラスメイトから聞いたんですけど、月曜日、水曜日、木曜日。先週の月曜日は9月29日。将軍の発言時間と同じ日です。
So she's saying that I was both Neidhart and Shogun?
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。そこから分かったこと。
For just a moment, Yua hesitated. She stared straight at me before breaking the cold, unfeeling truth to me.
あなた一人の自作自演。
I'm confused. I thought I started a delusion. If this is a delusion, this is a very long delusion. Oh no. That's the point. We're blurring the lines between what's a delusion and what's not anymore. I don't know anymore. I already don't know. Fuck. Don't look at me.
将軍は
Don't look at me.
あなた自身。
Wait. Did I speak too soon?
何
Are
も
we
見
good?
たくない。
I don't want to see anything.
何も聞きたくない。
Don't want to hear
時
anything.
間は一定じゃない。
Time is not a constant.
記憶には矛盾がある。
There are contradictions in my memories.
視界にはエラーがある。地球は回ってない。これはきっとゲームなんだ。
No, we're continuing. That... It's either that was not a delusion or the rest of the game is a fucking negative delusion, I guess. I stuffed my mouth with some fresh sausage as I turned on my PC.
僕は
My Mindor's
僕じゃな
PC.
い。
Before long, my monitor shone brightly with my Seratan wallpaper.
僕がいるべき世界は
I went straight to ESO and opened it up without an ounce of hesitation.
ここじゃないんだ。
Chapter 2, click me. We did it. I knew we were getting close. Okay. We'll save the vroom vrooms for next time, buddy. Save the vroom vrooms for next time. We are done for tonight, I think. Return to title menu. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Coming to hang out and starting off with Chaos Head Noah. We're gonna get through this. We finished up with chapter 1. I forget how many chapters there are. Maybe there's like 10 or something like that. We've been streaming for about almost 5 hours. It's been 4 hours and like 47 minutes, I think it says. So pretty good time for like a, you know, to get to the end of a chapter. It's pretty good. And that was like the intro stuff, so we're all set with that. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Come and hang out on both the River City Girl side, River City Girl stream earlier, and Chaos Head Noah now. I will be continuing these in the future. I want to start series with games that we can actually finish stories of and stuff like that. I've had a realization, because I was trying to think of like how many games I've actually completed on stream before in the past. And it's not that many. Because a lot of the times I was playing multiplayer games are games that don't have a story that ends. which is probably not a good thing. We should be playing games that actually have ends to them on stream. There's a ton of games that I've beaten off stream, which is annoying though. Or like got close to beating off stream, and now I'd have to restart. This is technically one of them. I got like several chapters in off stream years ago. I don't remember what happened in the game most of the time, so that's why I'm starting from the beginning now. And also because now I'm streaming for the first time, but... So now we're starting games that are actually going to have ends eventually. So we got River City Girls, Chaos and Noah, Finding Cinderella we're almost done with. We got Persona 3 Reload. And I got a couple other things planned out, potentially, for stuff for us to play. Eventually, I want to start out on Nier Automata. I feel like that'd be cool. So, thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out. And tomorrow is Book Club at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So I'll see you guys there for the final episode about Land Illustris, the last of the manga, and also for the quiz section that we're going to have for that. Hopefully I can finish up all my questions in time for that. I already have a decent chunk of questions, I think, but I want to make sure I have some, like, better balance with some of the questions, so I'm working on it. Anyways, bye, gamers. Stay safe. Stay safe, gamers.